Hello, everybody. Welcome back. After 9 days down, and 2 more days to go of the wonderful world of biochemistry coming your way. And just 2 more days, and we're right where I want to be. Amazing now, after all these hours, exactly where I want to be. We're on chapter 15. We just started chapter 15 yesterday. And so today, in these 4 hours, we're going to do lipid metabolism. And chapter 15 has to do with lipid synthesis, not just fatty acids, but cholesterol issues coming up in chapter 15, and how we store those lipids and triglycerides and cholesterol, how they go from one organ to another. All this issue of LDLs, HDLs, VLDLs, chylomicrons are coming up in chapter 15. And because all this stuff is complicated, you expect to see a lot of diseases when things are kind of difficult in terms of complication in metabolism, and be ready for a lot of pathology in chapter 15. Now, after we do chapter 15 of lipid synthesis and storage, then after that, we're going to go the reverse. We're going to talk about lipid oxidation, how you burn fatty acids, how you get ATP. And we'll get into ketone bodies in that chapter, the sphingolipidosis in chapter 16, a lot of pathology in chapter 16. So 15 and 16, major integration of biochemistry with pathology. And then we'll sprinkle in some pharm and physiology and some of those other disciplines so they don't feel left out. You know, those other disciplines, they all get bent out of shape because biochemistry is where it's at, and they all get bent out of shape. So I'll throw them a bone here and there, give them something to feel good about. But we know the most important discipline of them all, and it's shown here in the blue title right there in the blue. You know that is the most important discipline of them all. No need for me to expand on it because it's self-explanatory. You know that this B word, biochemistry, is the most important one. Because after all, it comes first in the alphabet before the 3 P's, you know? So we know what's the most important. Okay, so and now with that in mind, what we're going to do is yesterday at the very end, we talked about the metabolism of fatty acid synthesis, how you make fatty acids, and we talked about the idea that you can make palmitic acid, 16 carbons and no double bonds from scratch. You've got other fatty acids in the body, that's true, but you don't make them from scratch. When you make palmitic acid or get it from the diet, you can take those fatty acids and modify them into other fatty acids. And of all the fatty acids that we can modify and so on, there are 2 of them that you must get from the diet, the 2 essential fatty acids. And they are linoleic and linolenic acid, the 2 L's. And they are 2 of them are unsaturated fatty acids that we cannot make. And you must get them from the diet because they're needed to make arachidonic acid, which in turn in pharmacology is needed to make the prostaglandins for growth and those type of things. All right, so again, we know the fatty acids that are important. So now what we're going to get into is, and then we talked about triglycerides at the very, very end yesterday. What is a triglyceride? Remember, it's 3 fatty acids in ester linkage to glycerol platform. That is a triglyceride. And why do we make triglycerides? If you were asked to verbalize the answer, why does a human being make triglycerides? And you say, because you're taking fatty acids and making ester linkages, which are non-polar. Triglycerides are 100% grease. No water accompanies a triglyceride. And so you can store them in the adipocytes, and no water accompanies a triglyceride. So, and you can store them in unlimited quantities. We know that, unlimited quantities, you know. And on average, a person who weighs 150 pounds, the amount of triglycerides in the body is something like 35 pounds of triglycerides in the body if somebody weighs 150 pounds on average. And if you do the mathematics, that comes out to something like 22 or 23% body fat, because we have so much triglycerides in the body. It can be a lot more than that, or it can be less than that. Now, to try to get it less triglycerides in the body, get it down to single-digit body percentage, like 8% body fat, 9% body fat that the athletes try to do, that's very hard to do, to try to get it down to single-digit. It can be done, but it takes a lot of work, a lot of exercise to get the triglycerides down to single-digit body percentage. Very hard to do. All right, now with that in mind, what we're going to do is we're going to start talking about cholesterol stuff, and in this chapter. Now, the cholesterol metabolism takes about an hour and a half to 2 hours to go through, and you must understand cholesterol, not just for the boards, but for your career. You're going to be hearing about cholesterol. Patients are going to be asking you about cholesterol, LDLs, HDLs, and the sooner you master what all that's about, the better off you're going to be. So don't wait to understand what cholesterol is all about. The sooner the better. And I'm saying master it, not memorize the material. So I'll tell you what you need to know and what you don't need to know about cholesterol metabolism. Now, first of all, in talking about cholesterol, there's another particle that we need to talk about, and that's lipoproteins. Because you cannot talk about cholesterol unless you talk about lipoproteins in the same sentence. They go hand in hand, just like a hand and a glove. Cholesterol and lipoproteins, they always used in the same sentence. So what is a lipoprotein? And what a lipoprotein is, it now begins a long discussion of lipoproteins. And what a lipoprotein is, it's a physical complex of lipid and protein. Now, this is in contrast to glycoproteins we talked about earlier. Glycoproteins are where you have sugar chains in covalent linkage to proteins. Glycoproteins. Remember, we talked about N-glycosylation, O-glycosylation of proteins. That's where you have sugar chains in covalent linkage to proteins. But lipoproteins are not covalent linkages. They are a physical complex of lipid and protein. Now, the lipids you find in lipoproteins, those are triglycerides and cholesterol esters coming up here, and a lot to say about those lipids. And the protein part of lipoproteins are classified as apoproteins. And there are about 15 or more apoproteins that are known. But for your purpose for the boards, there are only 4 apoproteins that you must know. The other apoproteins, low yield. But the 4 that you must know, I'm going to list them here. In your book on page 222, you see a table or whatever. I'm going to abbreviate the table and make it even more simple. There are 4 apoproteins you need to know. And they are apoprotein A, B, E, and C. Now, some of these apoproteins will have Roman numerals after them. For example, apoprotein C2, apoprotein A1, A2, A3. The Roman numerals are not important. The letters are important because the letters tells you the function of that particular apoprotein in a lipoprotein. Here. So what I'm going to do right here is list the function of all 4 of these apoproteins. And after we do this, go through these in a nutshell here, these 4 apoproteins, a few more comments, and then after that, we're going to get into the big picture of lipoprotein metabolism, which comes up in the next figure. But right now, all we're going to do is set the stage by talking about some of the players involved in lipoprotein metabolism. Here. So these 4 apoproteins, now if it's been a while since you had this stuff in medical school or whatever, or if you never understood it in medical school, or if your instructor never talked about these apoproteins and lipoproteins, don't panic. I'll tell you what you need to know on the big picture coming up after this preliminary figure. Put it all together And you must understand lipoproteins. Again, not just for the boards, but you're going to see it in pathology next week with Dr. Barone. You're going to see it in pharmacology a couple weeks later with Dr. Harris. And the sooner you master all this stuff on lipoproteins, you're going to be in good shape here regarding cholesterol and lipoprotein issues. All right, now these four, apoprotein A. Now, what's the function of apoprotein A? And what it is, it's an activator of an enzyme in the bloodstream called ALCAT. Now, you may have forgotten what ALCAT does. That's coming up on the big picture, coming up in the next figure. But ALCAT is an enzyme made by the liver, and it's secreted into the bloodstream. And ALCAT does nothing on its own. It has to be turned on by another protein in lipoproteins called ApoA. Again, that's all coming up in the big picture. I'll tell you what ALCAT does and why you need the ApoA to turn it on, all coming up in the bigger picture. But right now, you should know that ApoA is an activator of this enzyme in the bloodstream made by the liver called ALCAT. Now, ApoB, the function of ApoB, it's involved in receptor lipoprotein interactions. And now there are two ApoBs, and they have numbers after them, but they're not Roman numerals, and you must know those two numbers, ApoB48 and ApoB100. Those are not Roman numerals. Those numbers are critical, as we'll see in the big picture coming up on the next figure. So these are ApoB48, ApoB100, and both of them are involved in receptor lipoprotein interactions. Major stuff coming up. And be ready for a lot of pathology on that, on these apoprotein B. Now ApoE is another protein, and it, like ApoB, also is involved in lipoprotein receptor interactions. And again, that's coming up on the next figure. And then the last apoprotein to talk about is apoprotein C. And again, often you'll see it called apoprotein C2, Roman numeral 2, but just know it as ApoC. It's easier just to remember the letter, not the Roman numeral. And the function of ApoC is it's an activator of another enzyme. And that other enzyme it's an activator of is called lipoprotein lipase, LPL, which means LPL, we briefly talked about it the other day, but on page 162 is where we talked about it. But the idea is lipoprotein lipase is an enzyme on the endothelial cells that line the adipocytes, and it does nothing on its own. It has to be turned on by ApoC. Again, we'll get to that in the big picture coming up shortly. And you must know this, not just for biochemistry. There's pathology coming up. After we do all the biochemistry, we're going to do pathology integration. And you must know that ApoC turns on lipoprotein lipase. And why? There's a major disease called type 1 hyperlipidemia. And type 1 hyperlipidemia, some people have ApoC deficiency. Other people in the world have lipoprotein lipase deficiency. Either a protein being defective and they have the same disease called type 1 hyperlipidemia. So all coming up in later on in the chapter. Okay, now before we get to the big picture of lipoprotein metabolism, because we're going to get into cholesterol metabolism now as well. And that is, do you know that when you eat cholesterol in two forms, cholesterol and cholesterol esters. So again, when you eat cholesterol by eating an egg, for example, you eat cholesterol in two forms, cholesterol on the left side and cholesterol esters. Now, when I ask medical students, what's a cholesterol ester? It amazes me how many students have no idea. They hear that term all the time, cholesterol esters and so on, and I ask them, well, what is it? And they, I don't know what a cholesterol, I hear it, and I ask, well, don't you ask your instructor what is a cholesterol ester? And students will say, I don't know, I never asked, or whatever. All right, now we're going to figure out what it is, a cholesterol ester, because you must know what a cholesterol ester is. Now, before we talk about cholesterol esters, cholesterol. Do you know, again, we talked about it earlier regarding vitamin D, but regarding cholesterol, do you know in your mind, can you picture what cholesterol looks like? Hopefully in your mind, you're picturing 4 rings with all these appendages, and that's cholesterol. And cholesterol is 27 carbons. And some of these carbons make up the rings, and then the rest of the carbons make up the appendages. All right, now let me ask you this. So cholesterol is a lipid. Is there any, let me see your answers here. Is there anything polar about cholesterol? Cholesterol is 27 carbons. Is there anything polar about cholesterol? Anything polar about it? And the answer is yes. Yes. There's only one part of cholesterol that's polar. And what's polar about cholesterol is what's at the 7 o'clock position. The 7 o'clock position. I'm going to show you the structure of cholesterol. Not that you have to write it down, but if you see it, you'll remember it a lot better. This is cholesterol. It has 4 rings with all these appendages and totally non-polar molecule, except at the 7 o'clock position, specifically on carbon 3, there is a hydroxyl group there. And that's the only polar portion of cholesterol. Now, if that's cholesterol, what do you think a cholesterol ester is? Before I tell you. Now, yesterday, right at the very end, we talked about ester bonds. And what was an ester bond again? It was the reaction product of a substance which has a hydroxyl group with something having a carboxyl group. So what has the hydroxyl group? It's cholesterol. So now we got to talk about something that has a carboxyl group. What kind of molecules in the body have carboxyl groups? And you'd say, well, fatty acids have carboxyl groups. And that's exactly where we're going with this. So a cholesterol ester is any fatty acid in ester linkage to this hydroxyl group of cholesterol. And that is a cholesterol ester. So here's cholesterol on the right side. In the red is any fatty acid. It could be arachidonic acid, could be palmitic acid, linoleic acid, any fatty acid, and on carbon 1 of the fatty acid is a carboxyl group. And when it forms an ester linkage right here, here is the ester linkage. It's now a fatty acid, and ester linkage to cholesterol is generically called a cholesterol ester. There it is. That's a cholesterol ester. All right, now, what can you tell me about the polarity of a cholesterol ester? The polarity of a cholesterol ester. We can tell you about the polarity of a cholesterol ester. You must understand. That's right. And the answer is it's totally 100% grease is a cholesterol ester. Just like a triglyceride, 100% grease. There's nothing polar about it. And just like triglycerides, cholesterol esters would float on water because they're 100% grease. And that's a big time problem in the human body. Because when you have cholesterol esters in the aqueous environment called your bloodstream, cholesterol esters don't like the bloodstream because of all that water there. And so they don't mix with each other. And that is a big problem coming up a little bit later. So cholesterol esters, which you eat, also you make in the human body, is where you have a fatty acid in ester linkage to the cholesterol. That's why they're called cholesterol esters here. But they're 100% grease. Okay, now what's coming up next is the all-important figure of lipoprotein metabolism. In your book, there are several figures that say basically the same thing. The figure I choose to use, and the other ones I don't use, but the figure I choose to use is the one on page 224. And so what you're looking at is the top of the page, and then after that we'll do the bottom of the page. And write small, because there's a lot of things going to happen here. And again, this is lipoprotein metabolism. Now again, let me stress here. After I do this lipoprotein metabolism, again, this is the straightforward biochemistry issues and so on. And if it's the first time you've had it, or it's been a long time since you've had it, tonight, while it's fresh in your mind, or early tomorrow morning, go through it several times. Just verbalize to yourself what's happening. And all you got to do it is 2 or 3 times verbalizing the sequence of events. And eventually, oh yeah, now I understand. Now it'll start to make sense if you start to verbalize the what's happening here. Okay, so at the top of the figure here this is what happens to dietary lipid. When you eat a high-fat, high-cholesterol meal, how does the body deal with all that dietary lipid? Now remember, when you eat a lipid meal, you're eating grams of triglycerides and milligram amounts of cholesterol and cholesterol esters. So that the relative proportion of triglycerides is 1,000 times more than what you eat regarding cholesterol and cholesterol esters. So gram amounts of triglycerides that you and I eat, and milligram amounts of cholesterol and cholesterol esters. Again, according to nutritional experts, you and I should not be eating more than 80 grams of triglycerides a day. 80 grams should be our maximum of triglycerides. That's a lot of triglycerides, 80 grams. But in terms of cholesterol, we should eat maximally 300 milligrams. Milligrams is what we eat of cholesterol. But in any case, once you eat this, and I eat this greasy meal with all these triglycerides and cholesterol, what happens is that that when they get into the intestine, the lipids are emulsified with bile that's being secreted by the liver. The pancreas gets in on the act and secretes pancreatic lipase and so on, which breaks down the triglycerides, and the fatty acids are then absorbed, and in the mucosa, the fatty acids are remade into triglycerides. That's all that GI physiology. And again, why you must break down the triglycerides in the intestinal lumen. They cannot go through the membrane. You cannot absorb a triglyceride. That's why you need pancreatic lipase to break down the triglycerides, to generate the fatty acids in the lumen of the intestine. You absorb the fatty acids into the mucosa, and then they're remade into triglycerides after the absorption. And then what happens? The intestine then packages all that grease, all that triglycerides in gram amounts and cholesterol esters in milligram amounts in a particle called the chylomicron. And then the chylomicron, in GI physiology, the chylomicron is sent into the lymph first. And notice here that chylomicrons are mostly triglycerides by far. Gram amounts, milligram amounts of cholesterol esters, CE, cholesterol esters. And on the surface of the chylomicron is a protein called ApoB48 on the surface here. Now, before we leave this part right here and talk more about what happens to the chylomicron, let me ask you, is there any pathology associated with the formation of the chylomicron? Any pathology associated with the formation of the chylomicron? Michaela, if you say yes, Muskan, yes, Lucas, yes. If there is, what is the name of the pathology? Let me see your answers. What's the name of the pathology? Not type 2A, no, that's coming up later. ApoB48 deficiency, yeah, that's true, but what's it called? And Takir and Shaima, that's right. And it's not type 1, no, not type 1 hyperlipidemia. What it's called, as Takir and Shaima said, and Daniel said, it's called A-beta lipoproteinemia. Now what happens is in A-beta lipoproteinemia, the gene for ApoB48, see the ApoB48 protein that's on the surface of the chylomicron? If the gene in the mucosa is defective, you cannot assemble the chylomicron. And as a result, it doesn't get into the lymph, and from there it does not enter the bloodstream. And so if you were asked, so what is, in terms of laboratory values, how is A-beta lipoproteinemia characterized? In terms of laboratory values, not what the people look like, but in terms of laboratory values, how is A-beta lipoproteinemia characterized, or what's the hallmark of it in terms of laboratory values? It's characterized by what? Not increased TGs, Muskan. There it is. Now we're getting somewhere. And it's characterized by abnormally low levels of serum triglycerides and serum cholesterol. Abnormally low levels of serum triglycerides and serum cholesterol. Why? Because the chylomicron cannot be assembled and cannot leave the mucosa. And as a result, they have abnormally low levels of serum triglycerides and serum cholesterol. Now let me ask you this. Is A-beta lipoproteinemia, based on what we just described, is A-beta lipoproteinemia, okay, you have low levels of serum triglycerides and cholesterol, but is it a benign disease or a very severe disease? So if you cannot get the triglycerides into the blood and cholesterol into the blood, is it benign or is it severe disease? That's right, it's very severe. It's a very severe disease. Now why? If you were asked, why is A-beta lipoproteinemia a nasty disease? Why? Failure to thrive, yeah, that's true, Bobby, but why? I need more detail, Why is it a very bad disease? Now we're getting somewhere. Miranda, see that question mark? Get rid of the question mark. And the reason why this is a nasty disease is because if chylomicrons cannot leave the mucosa, then that means the body is not getting the 4 fat-soluble vitamins, are not being delivered to the other cells because they're in chylomicrons. And they're not getting the essential fatty acids, linoleic and linolenic acid, from the mucosa. So there's 6 lipids that are not being delivered to the other cells in the body. The 4 fat-soluble vitamins and the 2 essential fatty acids. And if you don't get the 2 essential fatty acids, you don't make prostaglandins. So as you might imagine, A-beta lipoproteinemia will be characterized by abnormal growth in the body because prostaglandins cannot be made, as well as the 4 fat-soluble vitamins cannot be delivered. So this is a nasty disease, very nasty disease, because 6 lipids are not being delivered from the mucosa. And then, but not only that, it's characterized if those lipids are not getting out of the mucosa, then it's going to be dumped into this into the stools, and it's characterized by steatorrhea because all those lipids are now in the stools because they never leave the mucosa. It makes sense. All right, now coming back to the normal situation. Assuming now the intestinal cells are now packaging all that grease into the chylomicron, and then it's mostly triglycerides by far, as well as some cholesterol esters, and on the surface is ApoB48. And then via the thoracic duct, the chylomicrons then enter the bloodstream, and when they enter the bloodstream, the chylomicron now becomes decorated on its surface with ApoC and ApoE. It originally had ApoB48, but now on the surface is ApoC and ApoE. Let me ask you the question here. Where did once chylomicrons enter the bloodstream, where did the ApoC and ApoE come from? Where did they come from? Where did they come from? Not the liver, not the liver. FISA. See that question mark? A lot of you have problems with a question mark. Delete. You got the answer. That's right. It's coming from donation from HDL. HDL is out there in the blood already. And HDL is going to give gifts to the chylomicron of ApoC and ApoE. Now, how does it happen? As blood circulates. If this is a chylomicron and this is an HDL, as they circulate, they're banging into one another, In a momentary period of time, when a chylomicron bangs into an HDL, HDL is going to give gifts to the chylomicron of ApoC and ApoE, and they come apart. Just in a momentary period of time when they collide, when they bang into one another, HDL is going to give the gifts of ApoC and ApoE to the chylomicron as blood circulates. And then what happens? And then the chylomicron gets in the vicinity of the adipocyte. And on the endothelial cells that line the adipocyte is that very, very important enzyme called lipoprotein lipase. Now look at the name of the enzyme. It tells you what it does. Because it's a lipase, it means it breaks down triglycerides of what? The first word says lipoproteins. And chylomicrons are lipoproteins. So what happens here is ApoC, the function of ApoC, turns on lipoprotein lipase. And by turning on LPL, triglycerides are now being removed. They're being broken down from the chylomicron down to fatty acids. And then the fatty acids are absorbed by the adipocyte. Again, triglycerides cannot go through the membrane. That's why you need lipoprotein lipase. So it's turned on by ApoC. LPL breaks down the triglycerides to 3 fatty acids. They are then absorbed by the mucosa, by the adipocyte. They're put onto the glycerol platform to reform the triglycerides, which are then stored in vesicles. And then what happens to the chylomicron? It starts to shrink because triglycerides are being removed. And during the shrinking process, ApoC is then given back to the circulating HDL. So one more time. I want you to know this so badly. I really want you to understand. So chylomicrons, once they're in the bloodstream, when they encounter lipoprotein lipase, sorry about that, my wife will get it, but the ApoC will turn on lipoprotein lipase, and then the triglycerides are broken down to 3 fatty acids. They are absorbed into the adipocyte. They're put onto glycerol, reforming the triglycerides. And so because triglycerides are being removed, the chylomicron shrinking, because triglycerides are being removed. And during the shrinking process, ApoC is then given back to the circulating HDL. And at that point there, we now end up with another lipoprotein called the chylomicron remnant. It's the remnant after all those triglycerides are being removed. And now what is in the chylomicron remnant? It only has just residual triglycerides remaining. The vast bulk of the triglycerides were removed by lipoprotein lipase action. And by the time it becomes a chylomicron remnant, just a little bit, not much, just residual triglycerides remain. It still has the cholesterol esters in it. Nothing happened to them. And on the surface is ApoB48 and ApoE. Okay, now what happens to the chylomicron, a remnant? Well, the chylomicron remnant can get out of circulation only by one organ, and that organ is the liver. And on the surface of the liver is a receptor called the remnant receptor. You can't ask for a better name, a remnant receptor. And what happens here is there's docking of the chylomicron remnant with a remnant receptor because there's interactions between the receptor and ApoB and ApoE. Remember, what's the function of ApoB and E? To be involved in receptor lipoprotein interactions. So there's docking that occurs. And in cell biology, histology, you know that goes on in forming the endosome. So the chylomicron remnant docks with the receptor. Endocytosis begins in the liver cells. And then the endosome, remember, fuses with the lysosome. And then lysosomes are degradative enzymes. And what do these enzymes do in the lysosomes? They break down the chylomicron remnant all the way down to fragments. Proteases in the lysosome break down the ApoE and B all the way down to amino acids. And in addition, in the lysosomes, there is an enzyme that then hacks the fatty acid off of cholesterol esters. And now we have cholesterol coming into the liver. So it came in as a cholesterol ester. And in lysosomes, there are enzymes which remove that fatty acid. And then we end up with cholesterol entering the liver cells. Okay, so now to summarize this thus far, what this says is, in terms of dietary lipid, for all intensive purposes, all dietary triglycerides end up in the adipocyte on the right side. All dietary cholesterol ends up in the liver. One more time. For all intensive purposes, all dietary triglycerides end up in the adipocyte. All dietary cholesterol ends up in the liver. All right, everybody with me so far? Everybody with me? Everybody with any questions so far? I want you to know this. You must know this. All right, well done. Okay. Okay, now another item here before we talk about the bottom of the figure. These triglycerides that are being stored here in the adipocyte, again, these ones are coming from the diet by eating a high-fat meal, eating a Big Mac at McDonald's or a Whopper at Burger King. There's grams of fats. In a Big Mac, there's something like 34 grams of triglycerides in one Big Mac. And so if you eat a Big Mac, a tremendous amount of triglycerides are in that Big Mac. And most of those will end up in the adipocyte for storage. And they sit there in the adipocyte waiting for the rainy day when you need those triglycerides. Let me ask you this. When does the rainy day come in which you need those triglycerides? When does the rainy day come when you start breaking down triglycerides? Now, don't say starvation or fasting. That's vague. I need actual time. When do you start breaking down triglycerides that are being stored in the adipocytes? When? There we go. Miranda, there it is. And the answer is, Mylan, that's right. And the answer is 90 minutes after the last bite of a high carbohydrate meal is when the rainy day begins. Remember that glucose tolerance curve that we talked about several days ago. Remember the glucose tolerance curve. Remember, after 90 minutes of eating anything carbohydrate in your meal, the blood glucose rises for the first 90 minutes, comes back down. 90 minutes later, after the last bite, the blood glucose is now down to 5 millimolar, normal blood glucose. And to keep it from continuing to go down, the body sends out hormones. And some of these hormones will go to the adipocyte and turn on that very important enzyme we'll talk about on the next chapter called hormone-sensitive lipase. And then those triglycerides get broken down. So the rainy day begins 90 minutes after the last bite of carbohydrate in your meal. Yes, fasting, yes, starvation, but precisely it begins 90 minutes after the last bite of carbohydrate in the meal. Amazing how this is. All right, now, so now what happens to the cholesterol? So you eat cholesterol, you eat an egg or whatever, a couple eggs, and a three egg omelet. What happens to the cholesterol in the liver, the dietary cholesterol in the liver? All right, now as we also talked about, if you eat a high carbohydrate meal, you eat a donut or a couple donuts or something like that, as we talked about at the very end yesterday, all the excess glucose will funnel to the liver. And then the liver will then store that glucose in glycogen, but the bulk of that glucose will be made into fatty acids and made into triglycerides. So now what we're going to talk about now is, what does the body do? What does the liver do specifically with all those triglycerides that it makes from the glucose that you eat, or the cholesterol you got from the diet, or the cholesterol that you can synthesize? We'll talk about that at the end of the chapter. So what is the liver going to do with all that grease in the liver? Now remember, most of the grease is triglycerides. By far, it is the main lipid here. So what is the liver going to do with the gram amounts of triglycerides and the milligram amounts of cholesterol? Well, what happens is the liver packages all that grease in yet another huge particle, and it's called VLDL, which stands for very low density lipoprotein. It's very low density because it's mostly lipid, and so it's very low density. And the VLDL is mostly triglycerides by far, gram amounts of triglycerides and milligram amounts of cholesterol. Importantly, notice that the cholesterol in the VLDL, it's cholesterol, not cholesterol esters. Yet. When cholesterol leaves the liver, there is no fatty acid on the cholesterol yet. When cholesterol leaves the mucosa, the fatty acid already is on the cholesterol. But when cholesterol leaves the liver in VLDL, there is no fatty acid on it yet. Now, if you think that's trivia, stay tuned. It's not trivia. So please keep in mind. So when VLDL leaves the liver cells, it's mostly triglycerides by far, milligram amounts of cholesterol, and there is no fatty acid on it yet. Now the protein that's in VLDL is ApoB100 on the surface. All right, now the VLDL is sent directly into the bloodstream. And then VLDL, when sent into the blood, again, the destination is to bring those triglycerides that the liver makes and bring them over to the adipocyte for storage. So that is now the destination. Bring the triglycerides to the adipocytes. Now when VLDL gets into the bloodstream, it encounters HDL. And HDL is like Santa Claus. HDL is giving gifts. And it's going to give gifts to the VLDL of ApoC and ApoE to the circulating VLDL. And now VLDL in the blood is decorated on its surface with ApoB100, ApoC, and ApoE on its surface. Again, ApoC and E came from donation by HDL as blood circulates. All right, now when VLDL gets in the vicinity of the adipocyte, there is that enzyme once again, lipoprotein lipase. And then ApoC is going to turn on lipoprotein lipase. The triglycerides that the liver made are broken down to 3 fatty acids. The fatty acids are absorbed in the adipocyte, put back onto glycerol, and then stored as triglycerides in the adipocyte. Now LPL is turned on by ApoC, but it's also hormonally regulated. Let me see your answers here. What hormone turns on lipoprotein lipase? What hormone? We talked about it. That's right. It's insulin. Insulin turns on lipoprotein lipase. All right. Now, before we move on, think big picture right now. Think big picture. Again, you must understand this, and you should be able to verbalize this. When you and I eat a high carbohydrate meal, by eating a donut or a chocolate bar or something like that. As we've been talking about over the last several days, over and over and over again. When you eat a high carbohydrate meal, all the excess glucose funnels to the liver by the GLUT2 transporter, first order kinetics. Once glucose enters the liver, insulin takes command of the liver and tells the liver, turn on glucokinase to trap that glucose in the liver. Turn on PFK2 to turn on PFK1, driving glycolysis from the glucose. Insulin also tells the liver, turn on a key gene in fatty acid synthesis, acetyl-CoA carboxylase, we talked about yesterday. So then the liver now will take the carbohydrate carbon and make fatty acid carbon under the command of insulin. While the insulin's telling the liver to do all that, which is beautiful. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, over here in the adipocyte, how insulin's telling the adipocyte, get ready with a lipoprotein lipase. Get ready with GLUT4 transporter to get the glucose in, to get the glycerol platform. How insulin's telling the adipocyte, get ready, because I'm telling the liver to make fatty acids and triglycerides that are coming your way soon, adipocyte. Get ready, adipocyte. How insulin directs the show. Beautiful how this works. How insulin is directing the show. Beautiful. And you can imagine in diabetes, when you don't have the insulin effect, the body doesn't know what to do. The liver cells don't know what to do. The adipocyte has no command, doesn't know what to do. The body is a mess. That's why diabetes is such a devastating disease, because so many organs don't know what to do. They just don't know what to do if a diabetic eats a chocolate bar or a donut. But you can see when things are happening as they should, insulin is amazing how it works. You must understand that. You can't memorize that. You don't want to memorize that. You want to understand that, right? And it's not hard just to have to go through this. All right. Now coming back to the VLDL. Is, so when triglycerides are being removed by the action of lipoprotein lipase, then ApoC, so the VLDL starts to shrink. It shrinks, it shrinks, and shrinks, and then ApoC is then given back to the circulating HDL. Because it was used, it was not misused, it was not abused. It's just given back to the circulating HDL. And then the VLDL converts to another lipoprotein called IDL, intermediate density lipoprotein. So now the IDL is a degradation product of VLDL. When the triglycerides are being removed, VLDL shrinks down to the IDL. Now, what's the fate of the IDL? Now, IDL has just residual triglycerides remaining. It still has cholesterol, and on its surface is ApoE and ApoB100. Now, the IDL has two fates. One fate is it can be removed out of circulation by a receptor in the liver only. The identity of this receptor has been controversial over the years, so don't worry about it for the boards. But it's a receptor that recognizes ApoE and ApoB100 together, and so docking occurs because of receptor lipoprotein interactions. There's docking, and then IDL enters the liver cells by endocytosis, gets into the lysosomes, and is degraded. Now, the other fate of IDL, now this one is the more complicated one. And if you never understood what's going on with this next part, give me a chance. I'll say it extra slow. Now, what happens to the IDL, the other fate of IDL? When it's circulating, when it encounters HDL, IDL is going to give to the HDL its cholesterol. So the cholesterol is transferred from IDL to the circulating HDL. And what's HDL going to do with that cholesterol? It's going to put a fatty acid onto the cholesterol. HDL is going to be involved in the process of putting a fatty acid onto the cholesterol to make a cholesterol ester. After HDL is involved in putting a fatty acid onto the cholesterol to make a cholesterol ester, then HDL transfers the cholesterol ester back to the circulating IDL as blood circulates. It's amazing how this happens. This is amazing. The cholesterol is like a hot potato. All these lipoproteins in the bloodstream, as blood circulates, these lipoproteins are saying about the cholesterol. They're saying to the other lipoproteins, hey, you take it. No, you take it. No, I don't want it. You take it. The cholesterol is now like a hot potato going from one lipoprotein to another. So it's transferred from IDL to circulating HDL. HDL puts a fatty acid onto it to make a cholesterol ester, which is then transferred back to the circulating IDL as blood circulates. So now we have some explaining to do, right? We have to explain this. And the most important is, why does this happen? Now, after we do the why this happens, then we'll do the when, where, and how this happens. Why are you putting a fatty acid onto cholesterol as blood circulates? All right, now to explain the why, not hard, but to explain the why. Now suppose this represents a generic lipoprotein. Now remember, lipoproteins do not have a membrane. Anything polar will be on the surface, facing the water, the bloodstream. Anything greasy, like triglycerides, would be in the interior. They don't like water, so they stay in the interior, a hydrophobic environment. All right, now let me ask you this. Where would cholesterol be located in a lipoprotein? Would it be located on the surface or in the interior? Where would cholesterol be located in a lipoprotein? On the surface or in the interior? And the answer is on the surface. Now, why is that? Because of that single hydroxyl group on cholesterol, which is polar. Now, what I'm showing here is what these things represent here are 2 molecules of cholesterol. They're going to be many more on the surface of a lipoprotein. But what you're looking at here are 2 molecules of cholesterol. Each one has a hydroxyl group polar that faces the water environment. The oval shape represents the cholesterol rings, which are greasy, and they face the interior. So on the surfaces of lipoproteins is cholesterol. Now remember from basic biochemistry in the first year, in your membranes, in the plasma membranes of all your cells, you have phospholipids, but you also have cholesterol. And so PM, plasma membrane. And in the membrane, you have all these phospholipids, the bilayer. But remember, you also have cholesterol in your membranes. And why do you have cholesterol in your membranes? They are the key modulator of membrane fluidity. Remember, the membrane cannot be too rigid nor too fluid. That's basic biochemistry in the first year. The membrane cannot be too rigid nor too fluid. Remember, in the membrane, you have all these receptors, all these transporters. And those transporters and receptors, their activity is affected by the fluidity of the membrane. It can't be too rigid nor too fluid. And what modulates membrane fluidity? The key modulator of membrane fluidity is cholesterol. The amount of cholesterol in your membranes is tightly regulated to make the membrane of the proper fluidity. Now what I mean by this is, a lot of students don't like cholesterol. You ask neighbors, you ask your relatives, do you like cholesterol? Most people say, ooh, cholesterol, bad news, bad news. The facts are cholesterol is essential for life. Give cholesterol the respect it deserves. It's essential for life. And one reason is because it's the key modulator of membrane fluidity. If you ever wondered why, on a very cold day in January, If you go to the Miracle Mile in Chicago and expose yourself, or in Times Square in New York in January and you expose yourself, why don't you form one big ice crystal in a very cold day? You can thank cholesterol in your membranes. Cholesterol is keeping the membranes fluid, preventing crystallization of the membranes in a very cold day. So the amount of cholesterol in your membranes is tightly regulated. All right, now comes the question. Now, so in lipoproteins, cholesterol is on the surface. Now, what do you think can happen when a lipoprotein bangs, collides with a plasma membrane of any cell in the body? What do you think can happen when a lipoprotein bangs into a plasma membrane of any cell in the body? Well, you would say what could happen is the cholesterol in the lipoprotein surface can now diffuse out of the lipoprotein and appear in the membrane of those cells in higher concentration, altering membrane fluidity. The receptors don't work, the transporters don't work, and you'd be dead in no time. The body says, you know, I want to live. And so we got to do something about this. And what the body does is it takes the cholesterol, puts a fatty acid onto it to make a cholesterol ester. Now let me ask you this. Where would a cholesterol ester be located in a lipoprotein? On the surface or in the interior? On the surface or on the interior? That's right, in the interior. Now here comes the answer to the question why this happens. Why do you put a fatty acid onto cholesterol? Here comes the answer. To trap the cholesterol in lipoproteins. That's why. Because once you put the fatty acid onto the cholesterol, it's now in the interior and cannot diffuse out of the lipoprotein, causing havoc to all the cells in the body. This is why you do this as blood circulates. But now to finish this off before the break. Now where's the when, where, and how this happened? Why we got to transfer to HDL and blah, blah, blah. And the reason is, now the reaction that has to take place is this. Here is cholesterol. We put a fatty acid onto it. It's a cholesterol ester. And the name of the enzyme that does this in circulation is called LCAT. So LCAT is an enzyme made by the liver. It's secreted into the bloodstream, and it puts the fatty acid onto cholesterol to make a cholesterol ester. But now where does this happen? And why HDL? Because HDL has on its surface ApoA. It's the only lipoprotein that has ApoA. And remember, what's the function of ApoA? That's the previous page. What's the function of ApoA? To turn on LCAT. And so, and then the LCAT puts the fatty acid on to make the cholesterol ester. Now here it is, as simple as I can state. Suppose I am HDL and on my surface is ApoA. As I circulate in the bloodstream, cholesterol is going to be transferred to me from IDL. And so now on my surface is going to be cholesterol. And also on my surface is ApoA. As I circulate, my ApoA on my surface is looking around in the circulation. And when it sees LCAT circulating by, my ApoA will see the LCAT circulating by, and my ApoA on my surface is going to shout to the LCAT, "Hey LCAT, you over there, I'm talking to you. Come here a minute. Come here, LCAT." And sure enough, LCAT comes, docks with ApoA on the surface of HDL. LCAT on the surface of HDL puts the fatty acid on the cholesterol. LCAT then leaves right on the surface of HDL. And then making the cholesterol ester on the surface of HDL. After it makes the cholesterol ester is then transferred back to the circulating IDL. There it is. The why it happens, the when, where, and how it happens. Why you have to transfer it to HDL, why you put a fatty acid on, and so on. Why? All right, is that clear? You must understand this. But it is amazing as blood circulates. Here. All right, now to finish this off, this figure, then we'll take the break. Now the IDL, because we're almost done with this figure, the IDL again can transfer its cholesterol to the HDL, put a fatty acid onto it, and it's transferred back to the circulating IDL. Now, if IDL loses that ApoE on the surface, just gives it back to the circulating HDL. If it loses ApoE, it then converts to the notorious LDL particle, low density lipoprotein. And LDL, notice what it has. It's at this point here, it's cholesterol esters. Remember, when cholesterol leaves the liver, there is no fatty acid onto it. But when the VLDL eventually converts to the LDL, it's now cholesterol esters in the interior of LDL. And it has a single copy of ApoB100. Not multiple copies, a single copy of ApoB100 on the surface. If you want to understand pathology, coming up after the break, you must remember it has a single copy of ApoB100. Everything to do with the pathology. A single copy of ApoB100 on the surface. And in the interior is mostly cholesterol esters. All right, now to summarize this all-important figure here. I know it's complicated. It is complicated. Otherwise, cholesterol would never be a problem in human beings. If cholesterol metabolism was simple, cholesterol would never be a problem for humans. It's such a problem because cholesterol metabolism is complicated. But make no excuse. You got to know this. So what this says so far is, that you and I, in me and you, there are 6 lipoproteins. 6 lipoproteins. 3 are made by an organ, and 3 are degradation products. I'll say it twice in case you miss it the first time. Of the 6 lipoproteins that can be in your bloodstream and mine, 3 are made by an organ, and they are chylomicrons, VLDL, and HDL. HDL is made by the liver primarily. So 3 are made by an organ, and the other 3 are degradation products. Chylomicron remnants, you don't make chylomicron remnants. They are a degradation product. IDL and LDL. You don't make LDL. It's a degradation product. So one more time. You have 6 lipoproteins. 3 are made, and they are chylomicrons made by the intestine. And these are the ones on the left side here. VLDL made by the liver, and HDL also made primarily by the liver. And 3 are degradation products, and they are chylomicron remnants, a degradation product of chylomicrons, IDL, a degradation product of VLDL, and LDL, a degradation product of IDL. There it is. So 3 are made and 3 are degradation products. All right, now what we're going to do right now is we're going to take a 10-minute break and then come back and talk about, well, what's the fate of the LDL particle? It's in your blood. You know how you generate it, but now what happens to it out there in the blood? And get ready for a lot of pathology soon. Okay, take a 10-minute break. Okay, everybody, welcome back for hour 2. So we're in this discussion of lipoproteins, and it's not easy, and it is complicated, but don't make excuses. You got to understand this. Don't say I'm too tired or don't make excuses. You got to understand. You're bright enough to understand this. Give yourself credit. Have faith in your ability. You can understand this. I wasn't born with this material either. It's just a matter I wanted to know about this material. I want to understand why cholesterol is a problem for human beings and how you treat cholesterol. So don't make excuses. If it doesn't understand, ask someone. Ask Dr. Gabe or Dr. Donald in the Q&A pod. They'd be happy to answer the questions or whatever. Ask me, whatever, but ask. Read about it. You got to know. Don't make excuses here. And eventually, if you start verbalizing the answer, you verbalize what's going on, eventually, oh yeah, no, this makes sense. This makes sense. As you go through it. But you don't have to memorize anything. There's no just think about it. Think. Don't use that M word. Think about it, and it starts to make sense. So again, there are 6 lipoproteins. 3 are made, and they are chylomicrons made by the intestine, and the liver makes VLDLs and HDLs. And then the other 3 lipoproteins are degradation products. It stands to reason that chylomicron remnants are degradation products of chylomicrons. And then IDL are degradation products of VLDL when triglycerides are being removed. And then VLDL converts to IDL. And then LDL is a degradation product of IDL when it loses ApoE. And then now we have the LDL particle, not R. That's right, just no substitute to keep trying to verbalize the answer. So now we have LDL. Now this is not in your book, but this is what LDL is believed to look like. And notice in the interior, it's mostly cholesterol esters. These little purple circles represents cholesterol. That line, the white line, represents the fatty acid on to the cholesterol, making cholesterol esters. And on the surface might be a little bit of unesterified cholesterol, no fatty acid, maybe a little phospholipids as well, and a single copy of B100. So important in a few minutes. All right, now you know how this came about. Remember, it came from VLDL. Now, if I were to picture what does VLDL look like LDL compared to LDL, VLDL, look around your room right now. VLDL would be the size of your room, and LDL would be this much smaller because VLDL has all those triglycerides that LDL doesn't have. And so the triglycerides are 1,000 times more triglycerides. So the triglycerides are being removed, and that VLDL particle, the size of your room, shrinks down to this LDL particle when those triglycerides are removed by the action of lipoprotein lipase. There it is. Okay, now what's coming up next here is what's the fate of the LDL? Okay, this is in your blood. You know how it got generated. What's the fate of it? What happens to it? Now, to understand what happens is this figure on page 226. Now, in the top of the figure, that horizontal purple line represents the surface of many cells, including hepatocytes. And on the surface, these little purple rectangles represents the protein called the LDL receptor. All-important protein called LDL receptor are these purple rectangles. Those red circles represents the LDL particle from the previous page. And so for the LDL, with its cargo of cholesterol, to come out of the blood into the cell, docking has to occur. Docking of the LDL binding to the LDL receptor. Now remember from histology, this docking occurs in clathrin-coated pits. So there's docking of the LDL with the LDL receptor, and then this forms the endosome. And then remember the endosome is now in the cell. And remember in the endosome there's a low pH. And the low pH dissociates the LDL receptor from the LDL. The LDL receptor then recycles back to the surface to bring in more LDL. So the LDL receptor then goes back to the surface, brings in more LDL, recycles back to the surface, brings in more LDL. Every time the LDL receptor recycles back to the surface, you lose a few percent. A few percent of the LDL receptor just gets degraded. And the few percent that's lost is remade at the gene level. So you lose a few percent and you remake it at the gene level. Keep that in mind, so important in a few minutes. All right, now what happens to the endosome with LDL? Well, it fuses with the lysosomes, and then in lysosomes there are degradative enzymes which break down the LDL. The ApoB100 is degraded down to amino acids, and also in the lysosomes there is an enzyme that called an esterase, low yield, but the esterase enzyme cleaves the fatty acid off of cholesterol and thereby releases the free cholesterol into the cell. So now it came in as a cholesterol ester, but now it's cholesterol coming into the cell. Okay, now here's a cell that has a choice. Remember, a cell cannot burn cholesterol to CO2 and water. You cannot make ATP from cholesterol. So here's a cell that says, okay, maybe we want a little bit of cholesterol, but not too much. The cell says, I don't want to be flooded with cholesterol. I might want a little bit of cholesterol, but not too much. I don't want to be flooded with cholesterol. So how does the cell regulate how much cholesterol is in it, the cell? There are three critical regulated ways a cell prevents itself from being flooded. All right, now one of the three. It turns out that cells can make cholesterol. We'll talk about it at the end of the chapter. Now, at the end of the chapter, we'll talk about when you eat a high carbohydrate meal, glucose carbon can make acetyl-CoA carbon, and then the acetyl-CoA can be used to make cholesterol. And in cholesterol synthesis, there is a major enzyme. Don't worry about it now. I'll give this enzyme all the honor, all the glory, all the praise it deserves at the end of the chapter. Don't worry about it now. This is the top regulated enzyme of cholesterol synthesis. But in any case, so here's a choice a cell has. It could either make its own cholesterol, which turns out to be very expensive, or it can get cholesterol free from the environment, from the bloodstream. What do you think it's going to choose if it has a choice? That's right, it's going to take cholesterol from the environment. So the incoming cholesterol will inhibit HMG-CoA reductase. Why make it if you can get it for free? So inhibit HMG-CoA reductase, preventing the cell from being flooded. The second of the three regulated ways a cell prevents itself from being flooded is the cholesterol activates an enzyme called ACAT. And what does ACAT do? It's an intracellular enzyme. What it does, it puts a fatty acid onto the incoming cholesterol and makes a cholesterol ester. And why is it doing that? Because inside cells, cholesterol esters are the storage form of cholesterol. So in other words, you're trying to get it out of the way, preventing the cell, the cholesterol from getting in the membranes, like the mitochondrial membranes, that kind of stuff, to prevent this cholesterol from getting into other membranes inside the cell. The cell says, let's get it out of the way, put it into a closet until we need it. And sure enough, you activate the ACAT to make cholesterol esters for the purpose of storing the cholesterol inside cells. I mean, after all, how much cholesterol are you storing? Just milligram amounts, not grams, not pounds, but milligrams. But the idea is you're getting it out of the way. Now let me stress here, don't confuse ACAT with ALCAT. Both enzymes make cholesterol esters, but the locations are different and the functions are different. So here it is. ACAT is an intracellular enzyme for the purpose of making cholesterol esters for storage, getting it out of the way. ALCAT is out there in the bloodstream for the purpose of making cholesterol esters for trapping the cholesterol in lipoproteins. One more time, the difference between ACAT and ALCAT enzymes. Both of them make cholesterol esters. The functions are different, the locations are different. ACAT is inside cells for making cholesterol esters for storage. ALCAT is out there in the bloodstream for the purpose of making cholesterol esters for trapping the cholesterol in lipoproteins. All right, now let's continue. So this is the second regulated way a cell prevents itself from being flooded. The third and last regulated way is the incoming cholesterol will inhibit expression of the gene for the LDL receptor. The more cholesterol comes in, the less LDL receptor is made at the gene level. Now, why is that important? Now, notice here, as I mentioned a minute ago, every time the LDL receptor recycles back to the surface, you lose a few percent that's remade at the gene level. But now, if there's a lot of cholesterol coming into the cell, you lose a few percent and it's not being remade at the gene level. You lose a few percent, lose a few percent, lose a few percent, lose a few percent. It's not being remade at the gene level. Lose a few percent, lose a few percent. Eventually, there'll be no more LDL receptor on the surface. Why? Because the gene is inhibited by incoming cholesterol. This is what's known as downregulation of the LDL receptor. The more cholesterol comes into the cell, the less receptor on the surface, preventing the cell from being flooded with cholesterol. Now, what I'm going to do is, on the lower left side of the figure, I'm going to restate what I just said. You don't have to write this down because I just said it if you don't want to. But what I just said is, if there's a lot of cholesterol coming into the cell, a cell says, I don't want to be flooded with cholesterol. And it regulates how much is coming in. One thing that's going to happen is the incoming cholesterol will inhibit HMG-CoA reductase, therefore you won't make it. The incoming cholesterol will activate the ACAT enzyme, therefore you'll store it, get it out of the way so it doesn't cause havoc to the cell. The incoming cholesterol will inhibit the LDL receptor gene, therefore no more LDL receptor on the surface, therefore you won't be taking it up. So notice here on the left side, preventing the cell from being flooded. Now suppose the cell needs cholesterol, wants cholesterol, then it's just the opposite. So if a cell is starving for cholesterol, if there's decreased cholesterol in the cell, then the HMG-CoA reductase is no longer being inhibited, it's free to work, and you'll start synthesizing cholesterol. The ACAT enzyme is no longer being activated, therefore you won't store it. And then lastly, the LDL receptor is no longer being repressed at the gene level. More LDL receptor protein is being made, put onto the surface, and you'll start taking cholesterol out of the blood in the LDL. So it's if the cell needs cholesterol. Now, when things are happening as they should, normally, these two things on the left and right side, eventually they'll start balancing each other off. Too much cholesterol, too little cholesterol in the cell, eventually it balances out. And that's what's known as cholesterol homeostasis. Not too much, not too little. So a cell is not flooded with cholesterol. Beautiful how this works. Incredibly beautiful. Cholesterol homeostasis. All right, now if you've been following me all this biochemistry. If you understand the biochemistry, here comes the pathology on the heels of the biochemistry. Now, beginning pathology now. In pathology, there is the LDL receptor gene can be mutated. And when that gene is mutated, just put a big X on there. Let me ask you this. In pathology, what's it called? When the LDL receptor gene is defective, what's the name of the disease called? That's right, Marlon. It should make sense. Thank you, Marlon, for saying that. It makes sense. What's the name of the disease? That's right. Two different names for the same thing. You might see it called type 2A hyperlipidemia, or you might see it called familial hypercholesterolemia. Same thing. FH, familial hypercholesterolemia, or type 2A hyperlipidemia, when the LDL receptor is defective. Now, notice the consequence of this. When the LDL receptor is defective, there's no rectangles on the surface. So then what happens to all that LDL cholesterol in the bloodstream? It stays in the blood. And as you might imagine, hypercholesterolemia, because all this LDL cholesterol stays in the blood. It cannot enter cells when the LDL receptor is defective. And so now, just picture what's going to happen. If you think that's bad enough, that alone is bad. All this LDL cholesterol in the blood. But now think of the cells. Think of the cell in front of you. This cell now starts to starve for cholesterol on the right side because there's no more incoming cholesterol. Even though there's plenty of cholesterol in the bloodstream, there's no cholesterol coming into the cell. As a result, HMG-CoA reductase will start synthesizing more and more cholesterol. Even though there's a lot of cholesterol in the blood, this cell, multiplied by virtually all the cells in the body, except the erythrocytes and so on, start to make more and more cholesterol. Amazing how that happens, contributing to elevated cholesterol in the body. All because one protein in biochemistry not working. This is why that if you do a lipid profile and you find out that your lipid number, that your total cholesterol unfortunately is on the high side, let's say 250 milligrams per deciliter, you should know it should be 200 milligrams or less. 200 milligrams per deciliter or less is considered normal total cholesterol. But if anything greater than that is considered hypercholesterolemia. But if the higher the number, the worse it is. But suppose the number is 250 milligrams per deciliter, you can go onto a cholesterol-free diet. No cholesterol coming into your mouth. Your cholesterol number will not drop very much, maybe a few percent. Why doesn't it drop very much? Because if you don't eat it, the body will make the cholesterol. So that's why your cholesterol number will not drop very much if you go onto a cholesterol-free diet, because the right side, the HMG-CoA reductase, will make it. Okay, now the important feature, and by the way, you should know what your total cholesterol number is, and you should know what your HDLs, LDLs, you should know what they are. And now on the next figure is more pathology. And on this figure is designed to explain what does good cholesterol mean versus bad cholesterol. You hear these terms all the time, either in newspapers or magazines, or even your relatives might say, hey, I heard that LDL is bad cholesterol, HDL is good. What's all that about? That's what this figure is designed to explain, which you as a physician should be able to verbalize to somebody. Why is LDL bad and why is HDL good? That's what this figure is designed to explain. As simple as I can explain. All right, now let me say something here regarding bad cholesterol. When you hear about bad cholesterol, most people think it's LDL. Let me stress, LDL is not bad for you. Despite everything you hear about LDL, LDL is not bad. What is bad for you, though, is that, remember all those free radicals reactive oxygen species that I tell you that are all over the place in the body because you breathe in oxygen every few seconds. These free radicals are damaging things in the body. And these free radicals, because they're looking for the remaining electrons to form water, what they can do is take the electrons from that single copy of ApoB100. Remember the single copy of that B100 on LDL? Is that what happens is the free radicals in the bloodstream can take the electrons from the B100. And when it takes electrons from the B100, it damages the B100. And as a result, the LDL receptor no longer recognizes it. And so now the LDL, and that's what's referred to as oxidized LDL. That is the bad player. That free radicals in the bloodstream take the electrons from that single copy of B100, damages the B100, and now that's called oxidized LDL, which is no longer recognized by the LDL receptor. That's why it's so important that you understand a single copy is on the surface of LDL. Because if you had multiple copies of B100, if one of the copies got damaged by free radicals, okay, well the LDL receptor will see the other copies of the B100. But the fact is one copy, when it gets damaged by the free radicals, then oxidized LDL looks foreign to the human body. And when it looks foreign to the human body, here come the macrophages. And now the oxidized LDL will now come into the macrophages. And now importantly, and then the oxidized LDL comes into the macrophage, gets into the lysosomes, gets broken down all the way down to cholesterol. So a lot of cholesterol coming into the macrophage. All right, now let me ask you this. In immunology probably is where we talked about this. What's the name of the receptor? What's the name of the receptor in macrophages in which oxidized LDL uses to get in? And you should know this because there are two related receptors. One of these was on the boards according to a student. I forget which one, but what's the name of the receptor? Not the FC receptor, no. Not CD1656, no. Scavenger receptor. Now which one? That's right, Leo. But which one? Which scavenger receptor? There's two of them here coming up. There it is, a scavenger receptor A. That's it. So it comes in by the scavenger receptor A. All right, now what's the most important difference between the scavenger receptor A and the LDL receptor? And besides location, what's the most important difference between the scavenger receptor and the LDL receptor? And the answer is the scavenger receptor is not down-regulated by incoming cholesterol, whereas the LDL receptor is. And so what does that mean? That was just words. What that means is the macrophage continues to eat and eat and eat oxidized LDL. Just like a big fat pig, it doesn't stop eating the oxidized LDL. So as you can imagine, all this cholesterol coming into the macrophage, and then a lot of this is going on in the subendothelium. And then what happens is the macrophage becomes bloated with cholesterol. And now the cholesterol-bloated macrophage is useless. And in pathology, the cholesterol-bloated macrophage is now called a foam cell. So it's just simply because the macrophage continues to eat and never stops and now becomes bloated with cholesterol, converts to what's known as the foam cell. And then the foam cell in the subendothelium will eventually die. And when any cell dies, it spills its guts into the environment. And all the cholesterol in the foam cell then spills out. All the salts and the glucose in the foam cell just dissolve in the bloodstream, but the cholesterol is insoluble in an aqueous environment called the bloodstream. The cholesterol then precipitates out. That's what these little yellow dots represent. Cholesterol now precipitating out in the subendothelium. And as you know in pathology, this is the beginning of the classic atherosclerotic plaque. Monocytes come in, you get inflammation and blah, blah, blah. The classic atherosclerotic plaque here, as shown here on the right side, where there's a plaque over the cholesterol that's precipitated out from the dead foam cells. Now on the right side, this is a cartoon, but in real life, here is the real picture. Is that here is now the plaque, and here is the lumen of the bloodstream, and underneath that plaque is all that yellow stuff you see there. That's cholesterol, but that's the cholesterol that's precipitated out. And that is now the beginning of the very dangerous situation that goes on with these plaques that go on with too much cholesterol in the body. All right, now, so then, now just picture all this cholesterol is precipitated out. And no one likes cholesterol, including the molecules in your bloodstream. So all these molecules in the blood, you can picture they're floating by, they're circulating by, and all these molecules in the bloodstream, like albumin in the bloodstream. Albumin comes circulating by, it sees all this cholesterol precipitated out, because no one likes cholesterol. No one likes cholesterol precipitated out. And albumin comes circulating by, and albumin laughs at the cholesterol. Immunoglobulin comes circulating by, it sees the cholesterol precipitated out, and thumbs its nose at the cholesterol. Transferrin comes circulating by, it sees the cholesterol precipitated out and flips it the bird. No one likes cholesterol, except here comes HDL. When HDL comes circulating by, HDL looks over to the cholesterol precipitated out, and HDL says to the cholesterol, "Hey, what are you doing all by yourself over there? Come circulate with me." And sure enough, that precipitated cholesterol now is picked up by the circulating HDL. And that is why HDL is considered good, because the more HDL you have in the bloodstream, the better the ability to keep to scavenge the cholesterol, to pick up the precipitated cholesterol and keep it moving. That's why you want cholesterol to be elevated, in the HDL to be elevated, because the more you have, the better off you are. And then what's HDL going to do with that cholesterol? Well, it can do one of two things. One is it can then go back to the liver and deposit the cholesterol into the liver by docking with a receptor called the scavenger receptor B1. This receptor is in the liver, and to which HDL docks and deposits the cholesterol into the liver. This is sometimes called reverse cholesterol transport. Remember, the cholesterol first came from the liver. Now it's going back to the liver by reverse cholesterol transport. But after all, what's the liver going to do with that cholesterol? It's going to repackage it, reform VLDL, which converts to IDL, and IDL will then reconvert back to the LDL. But the idea here is, the concept is, the higher the level of HDL, the better off you are. Because the better the ability to scavenge. As long as cholesterol is moving, it's not the problem. So that's why HDL is considered good. It is the single most important factor, is high levels of HDL you want to happen. And that's why you need to get a lipid profile. If your HDL levels are in the 30s, unfortunately, it's not very good. If it's in the 40s, that's much better. If it's in the 50s range HDL, that's really good. If it's in the 60s or 70s range of milligrams per deciliter of HDL, you can eat all the eggs you want and you won't have any problem with cholesterol. So that's why you want to try to raise the HDL with exercise and so on. But now, that's why HDL is considered good. But why is LDL considered bad, even though technically it's not? And the reason is because of this arrow. The higher the level of LDL, then because this is non-enzymatic, then by probability you're going to have more oxidized LDL. And so And that's why you need, and then the more oxidized LDL, the more input of macrophages and foam cells. That's why oxidized LDL is so bad. Although LDL is not bad, it's the oxidized LDL. By mass action, the more LDL you have, the more oxidized LDL you're going to have. So that is why you should get a lipid profile. You know, I'm here for 45 hours in front of you, or 44 hours or something like that. But in any case, that is the single most important thing I can say to you. All this stuff we talk about in genetics and molecular biology and this and that, it doesn't matter. What's most important is your health. If you've never had your lipid profile, total cholesterol, LDL cholesterol, HDL cholesterol, if you've never had a proper lipid profile done, that's the most important thing I can tell you. Get it done. What are you waiting for? If you don't know what your cholesterol number is, if you don't know what your HDL, LDL is, what are you waiting for? Have it done, please. Don't worry about board exams. Worry about your health first. I worry about you if you never had it done. And especially if there's any type of genetic problem in your family. If there's any relative of yours that had problems with heart attacks or something along that line, or heart problems, get it done on your own. Have your lipid profile done. Know what your numbers are. And at a very early age, which you are right now. Because as we'll talk about in a little bit, as you get older, your cholesterol number will tend to creep up. And we'll talk about why that is in a little bit. And you don't want to wait till you're 55 to find out your cholesterol number is 300. By that time, it might be too late. Have it done at a very early age. And if it's in the low 200s, like 210 or 220, usually that's a lifestyle problem. It's not genetics. It's usually some sort of lifestyle problem. You're eating too many Big Macs, eating too much red meat. You're not exercising like you should. You're eating a lot of garbage food, that kind of stuff. Do something about it. Exercise or something if it's in the low 200s. If it's higher than that, then you could get the chemo issues coming up a little bit later. But the idea is, what are you waiting for? Please have your cholesterol number done, and every year monitor it. No matter what it is, have it done every year or two to see what it is. Well, now, you know, I have in my office, I have a stack of my lipid profiles over the years. When I was your age, I had no problem with cholesterol. I could eat all the Big Macs I wanted to, no problem. But as the years went by, my cholesterol number started to creep up, eventually went to 205, 210, 217. And I said, for some reason, I better do something about this because for some reason, I don't want to experience. I don't want to know what a heart attack feels like. You know, for some reason, maybe it's just me, but I don't want to know what a heart attack feels like. So I've said to myself, I better do something about my lifestyle and exercise and things along that line. So again, have it done. All right, have it done. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting? You can tell patients to have lipid profiles. Have it done for yourself. Your health is the most important. Okay, now what's coming up next is this issue of the genetic issues of the hyperlipidemias here. So if the cholesterol number is in the low 200s, usually it is a lifestyle problem. But if the cholesterol number is 250 or greater, especially if it's in the 300s range, it's a genetic problem here. And these, on page 229, these are the two most important hyperlipidemias. There are other ones as well, like type 3, type 4, that Dr. Barone may or may not talk about. But these two here, minimally know these two for the national board. Now, the first of these is type 1 hyperlipidemia. Now, in type 1 hyperlipidemia, it could be due to one of two reasons. Either the gene for lipoprotein lipase is defective, or the gene for ApoC is defective. Remember, ApoC turns on lipoprotein lipase. Because both of them are proteins, either gene can be defective, giving rise to type 1. Autosomal recessive. I doubt they expect you to know that. But now, if either protein is defective, Then triglycerides cannot be broken down. Remember, triglycerides cannot go through a membrane. And then the triglyceride levels in the blood will be elevated, and they'll be elevated in chylomicrons. And look at the pathology on the right column. Yes, they have fatty livers, but a lot of things cause fatty livers. Alcoholism, we talked about yesterday. Acute pancreatitis, a lot of things cause that. Abdominal pain, a lot of things cause that. So what is the hallmark, the number one clinical manifestation you will want to look for on boards if it's type 1? And there it is, the red-orange eruptive xanthomas. Now, what does that mean? So here's a patient who has type 1 hyperlipidemia. And red-orange eruptive xanthomas are these little pimple-like things that can erupt at any time throughout the body. Look at this person's triglyceride level, 1,600 milligrams per deciliter. Triglycerides should be 100 milligrams per deciliter or thereabouts. This patient's is 1,600, a genetic problem. Now let me ask you this. What other lipoprotein may be elevated besides chylomicrons? Remember, you have 6 of them. Chylomicron triglycerides could be elevated. What's the other one that also might be elevated? Now think, and you'll get it. Think. What's the other one? Not LDL. It's not cholesterol. What lipoprotein? Lipoprotein. And that's right. It is VLDL. Remember, VLDL is made when you eat a high carbohydrate meal by the liver. So you have elevated triglycerides in VLDL when you eat a high carb meal. But if you eat a high fat meal, dietary wise, triglycerides will be elevated in chylomicrons. But remember, both of these lipoproteins have ApoC to turn on lipoprotein lipase. Major concept. You'll never understand this unless you know that biochemistry that came first earlier in the chapter. All right, now type 2A, the next one here. It's even more important for boards than type 1. And type 2A it's also called familial hypercholesterolemia, and there the defect is the LDL receptor. And you must know, without them telling you, we talked about this last week in genetics, it's autosomal dominant, one of the most important autosomal dominant disorders. Meaning, if you have, if only one, sorry about that. If only one of the two, if only one of the two alleles is mutated, you're going to end up with the disease of type 2A hyperlipidemia. Now, both copies of the gene for the LDL receptor are defective. Then big A, and that's 1 in a million. People have both genes being mutated for this autosomal dominant disorder. And there the cholesterol number might be 600 milligrams per deciliter. At that point there's so much cholesterol in the system, in the bloodstream, in the homozygous situation, those children usually die of a heart attack at age 5. It says here at age 20 they usually die, but they have a heart attack usually at age 5. And they don't live very long in the homozygous situation. In a heterozygous situation, then the cholesterol number might be in the 300s range. And there the person won't know they have a problem unless they do lipid profiles, but the person won't know they have a problem until age 45, 50, 55, something like that. And then they usually come down with a heart attack, and that's when they know they had a major serious cholesterol problem. This is why the earlier in life you get that lipid profile, the better off encouraging you to get your lipid profile as well as your relatives and so on. And now, now the idea here is in type 2A hyperlipidemia, what do you want to look for in pathology? And the answer is this phrase. If you see this phrase on board exams, again, the cholesterol numbers will be in LDL elevated amounts. And there they have xanthomas of the Achilles tendon. Now, if you see that phrase on board exams, automatic, you say type 2A hyperlipidemia. They might ask for what protein is defective. They might ask what mode of inheritance is it, autosomal dominant, that type of stuff. But it's not only a xanthomas of Achilles tendon. Here is a a patient who has xanthomas of the knuckles. Knuckles there, again, characteristic of type 2A hyperlipidemia. Now, one last thing here, and that is the corneal arcus. Now, you see that on board exams. What does that mean, by the way? Corneal arcus. Again, characteristic of type 2A hyperlipidemia. What does corneal arcus mean? And the idea is, suppose you're in ophthalmology, and in your clinic comes a patient, and then you're doing all of the examination of the eye, and then when you examine the eye, you look and you see an arc, a grayish arc around the cornea. Then you tell that patient, get your butt over to a primary physician immediately and have your lipid profile done, because you're likely to be hypercholesterolemic with that corneal arcus. Now, I don't know the biochemistry behind this. I don't think anybody knows why is it you end up with that arc around the cornea. But if you see that on board exams or in the ophthalmology clinics, you immediately tell that patient it doesn't look good regarding the cholesterol. Have it done immediately here, because that's an indication that there's something wrong with cholesterol in the blood. Okay, now what we're going to do right now is it's 4 minutes to the hour. We're going to take another 10-minute break, and then we're going to finish off the chapter with one more figure, and this all-important cholesterol synthesis figure. And then we'll get into pharmacology of cholesterol issues, and then we're done with the chapter, and then we'll get into fatty acid oxidation issues. All right, everybody, let's take a 10-minute break and see you shortly. Okay, everybody, welcome back for this third hour. And just one more figure on cholesterol that we need to talk about and then finish off this chapter. And that is the pathway of cholesterol synthesis. Now, let me just say something about cholesterol synthesis pathway. It is, in reality, it is a very hairy pathway. It is a difficult pathway. Many enzymes, many reactions that go on. So in reality, for you and I to synthesize cholesterol is very difficult. But for the boards, cholesterol synthesis is very easy. Brad, I don't know what happened to Brad. Not sure what happened to the figure. It all of a sudden disappeared. I'll wait for Brad to bring it back on. I have no idea. All of a sudden, just Brad, do you see the figure? Let me see here. Man, all of a sudden. Just bear with us. This is the first time we got a glitch. No idea where it went. It's coming back. There we go, everybody. I have no idea. But there it is. Okay. No idea. There it is. Okay. Everybody, okay. Wait a minute, back up. Wait a minute, hold on. Now I went back to the beginning. Brad, I don't know what's going on here, but let me see here. Hold on. See. Okay. Yeah, we're there. This is where we're at. Okay, good. Okay. All right. Let me go. Okay. Get this ready here. All right. Get the corneal arcus here. Then we're ready. Okay. Now we're at where I'm supposed to be. Okay. Okay. Now see, it says it's smaller, Brad. I'm not sure. Make it larger. Is that better here? Okay, Brad, I have no idea what happened, but evidently was something glitch went on. Okay, so the idea. Okay, now what's going on now is we got to talk about cholesterol synthesis. Now, in reality, cholesterol synthesis is very difficult, very expensive to make cholesterol in the human body. But for the boards, cholesterol synthesis is a piece of cake. Why? There's only one enzyme you need to know in cholesterol synthesis, and all the other enzymes, forget about it. So cholesterol synthesis is a piece of cake for the boards. Don't worry about cholesterol synthesis with the exception of one major enzyme. So here comes cholesterol synthesis. All right. Now it doesn't advance. Okay, we go. Okay, well, here it is. Okay. Man, it's just going back and forth. Brad, you know what's going on? It's just not advancing. Okay. It's not advancing here. Hold on, everybody. We'll get it. Brad's the expert here. He's the man. He's the man. He's going to tell us what's going on here. Okay, let's see if it comes back. There it is. All right. Okay, Brad, switch to back. Okay, good. All right. See if it works. Okay, good. All right, so this is on page 231 is the pathway of cholesterol synthesis. Now, let me go through the biochemistry of cholesterol synthesis and what you need to know, and there won't be very much. Okay, now cholesterol has 27 carbons, and all 27 carbons come from multiple glucose. So multiple glucose makes multiple acetyl-CoA. Two of them condense together to form the 4-carbon acetoacetyl-CoA, and then more condensation to make the 6-carbon HMG-CoA. Now once HMG-CoA is formed, there is a major enzyme. Major enzyme. Everybody awake right now? Everybody awake, because this enzyme is going to be highlighted in the red box. And not only highlighted in the red box, it's going to flash at you. Here comes the enzyme. You must know. Here it comes. And this enzyme is, here it comes. It's gonna flash. It's flashing. It's flashing. It says, you gots to know me. I am HMG-CoA reductase. I am big and I am bad. HMG-CoA reductase. And don't forget the CoA. It's like calling Billy Bob Thornton Billy Thornton. It's Billy Bob Thornton. And same thing here, HMG-CoA reductase. Now, what does the enzyme do? What the enzyme does is it takes HMG-CoA, the substrate, and reduces it to form the 6-carbon mevalonic acid or mevalonate as the product. Now, what do you think this enzyme needs to work? Not shown on this figure. What does the enzyme need to work? Let me see your answers here. What does the enzyme need to work? Does it need biotin? Does it need ATP? What does it need to work? In terms of cofactors or coenzymes, not vitamin, no. And the answer, look at the surname, reductase. When you see that surname reductase, it's telling you it's putting the electrons back into carbon. And sure enough, what does it need to work? Anybody? No, not yet. And good close, Iham. Getting close. And Daniel, there it is. And Muskan, Takir, that's right. It needs NADPH. Any reductase is taking electrons and putting them back into carbon. And so it puts them back into carbon. Needs NADPH, 2 of those coming from the hexose monophosphate shunt. And then by making mevalonic acid. We'll come back to this enzyme in a few minutes. I wonder why this enzyme is so important. I just wonder why. All right, but right now we're doing straightforward biochemistry. So once mevalonate is formed, several condense to form the 15-carbon farnesyl pyrophosphate. Not important, other than you need to know it makes cholesterol, and also you should know that it's used to make other things in the body, especially coenzyme Q. That will be important in a few minutes here. Used to make coenzyme Q in the electron transport chain. Used to make other things, but don't worry about the other things. Please keep in mind it needs to make coenzyme Q. That will be important in pharmacology in just a few minutes. Now, if it doesn't make coenzyme Q, that 15-carbon farnesyl pyrophosphate, 2 of them condense to form the 30-carbon squalene. Squalene converts to linosterol. Linosterol, after a few more steps you don't have to know, makes cholesterol as a product. There it is, cholesterol synthesis, a piece of cake. Wasn't hard at all. Now, once you make cholesterol, or you get cholesterol in the diet, what can you do with the cholesterol? Remember, you cannot burn it to CO2 and water. You cannot make ATP. So what can the body do with cholesterol? Well, one thing the body can do with the cholesterol is synthesize all the steroid hormones. But if I were to ask you, is this a major arrow or a minor arrow? This is a minor arrow. A lot of people think it's major. It's minor. Remember, the amount of cholesterol you have is milligrams. The steroid hormones are present in nanogram amounts. That's 1,000,000 times different. So the amount of cholesterol is being diverted into making the steroid hormones is trivia. It's minor in amount here. So the amount of cholesterol making the steroid hormones is minor. It's major in significance, minor in amounts. Now another arrow, cholesterol to bile acids. Now let me ask you this. Is this arrow here, cholesterol to bile acids, is that a major arrow in amounts or minor arrow? Let me see your answers. Is it major or is it minor? Okay, I see both answers, and the answer is it's minor. Now, why is it a minor arrow? Because of the integration with GI physiology or anatomy. Wherever you talk about the enterohepatic circulation of the bile acids. Remember, the bile acids are made by the liver. And in the liver, there is the top enzyme, the regulated enzyme of bile acid synthesis called 7-alpha hydroxylase. The top enzyme of bile acid synthesis coming from cholesterol in the liver. But remember, once you make the bile acids, they are dumped into the bile, into the intestine, they emulsify, they get reabsorbed back to the liver, and when they go back to the liver, they inhibit the 7-alpha hydroxylase, so the enzyme won't work. The bile acids then go back into the intestine, back to the liver, back to the intestine, back to the liver, 6 to 10 times a day. That's called enterohepatic circulation of bile acids. And when they go back to the liver, they inhibit that enzyme. So that's why it's a minor arrow, because the enzyme is inhibited. Please keep that in mind. Pharmacology is coming up before I'm done with the figure. Next arrow, cholesterol to vitamin D. Let me ask you this. Is that a major arrow or is this a minor arrow? Major arrow or minor arrow? Cholesterol, and it's a minor arrow. Why is that a minor arrow? Because how much vitamin D do you need? You don't need very much. It's a hormone. And so you don't need much. And so the amount of cholesterol in the human body that's used to make vitamin D is trivia in amounts. One last arrow. In me and you, cholesterol to incorporate into the cell membranes of your body. Major or minor arrow? Nah, sorry about that. It is a minor arrow. Why is it a minor arrow? Because most of your cells in your body right now as adults, most of the cells are in G0 phase. They are not growing. The cholesterol is already there. That's why it's a minor arrow. But in children, it's a major arrow. And so in children, cholesterol in the body has a place to go in major amounts, making cell membranes because all the cells are growing. But in me, and that's why you never tell a child, hey, I want to see your lipid profile. But in adults, notice here, once you have cholesterol in your system, either you get it from the diet or you make it, it has a hard time going into places because all these are minor arrows. That's why, as you get older, that's why your cholesterol number may have a tendency to creep up. Why you must know what your cholesterol number is baseline at a very early age, which you are right now. But again, as you get older, these are all minor arrows. Cholesterol doesn't go to very many places. That's why cholesterol is such a problem in human beings. All right, now coming back to this enzyme, HMG-CoA reductase. Now, why is that enzyme so very important for boards? One of the most important enzymes of them all. And the reason is because this enzyme is highly regulated in endocrinology. You would predict what turns on the enzyme, what turns off the enzyme hormonally. No need to get into the details. And one of them is glucagon turns off the enzyme by phosphorylation. Insulin turns on the enzyme by dephosphorylation mechanisms. Insulin turns on the enzyme at the gene level. No reason to memorize. It just makes sense. Cholesterol allosterically turns off the enzyme. A lot of cholesterol in the cell. Why make more? So all the things that in endocrinology and biochemistry that affect the enzyme, turn on or turn it off, there's no reason to memorize. It just makes sense. Just makes sense out of it out here. So no reason to memorize. Now here comes the pharmacology. In pharmacology, when Dr. Harris is here, he's going to talk about the statin drugs. And there are 6 statin drugs that are commercially available, like Lipitor, Zocor, Crestor, and all of them work the same. And they all inhibit HMG-CoA reductase to prevent cholesterol from being synthesized. But the way they work is what they're going to ask you about most likely. Because what they might say to you, this is a Lineweaver-Burke plot of a very important enzyme in cholesterol synthesis in the black line called HMG-CoA reductase. And in the red line is HMG-CoA reductase when Lipitor is added. What type of drug is Lipitor? Let me see your answer. What type of drug is Lipitor? Or any statin drug? That's right, they are competitive inhibitors. Why? The lines cross. just that simple. All statin drugs look like HMG-CoA, the substrate. They all compete with the substrate to get into the active site. So again, they all work the same. Now, another item here is the side effects of the statin drugs. Now, most people taking a statin they work beautifully. So by inhibiting the enzyme, they're not going to make cholesterol. But a lot of people who take a statin drug, a lot of the people end up with muscle problems, rhabdomyolysis, and so on. And they're also told to get a liver profile done as well, liver tests done to make sure the Lipitor is working properly. But now, what's causing the muscle problems and so on? And the reason is the biochemistry explains that side effect of the statin drugs causing the rhabdomyolysis. Because if you inhibit this arrow in biochemistry with a statin drug, yes, you don't make cholesterol, which is great. But notice, because you don't make farnesyl pyrophosphate, you do not make coenzyme Q. And where do you find CoQ? Ubiquinone in the electron transport chain. Where is electron transport chain? In mitochondria. Where is most of the mitochondria in the body? In muscle cells and liver. So the mitochondria won't work very well, and as a result, the muscles don't work. Muscle pain. That a lot of people who take a statin drug experience. And there it is. There it is. It makes sense. And what can some of those people do? Some people, what they can do is if they take a statin drug, they're told maybe to alter the statin. They might go from Lipitor to Zocor, or just change the statin drug, or lower the amount, or something like that. Or alternatively, somebody taking a statin drug can go to Walmart and buy CoQ. There it's called CoQ10. Remember, coenzyme Q is a lipid, not a protein. Because CoQ is a lipid, it survives digestion. And you could absorb coenzyme Q and hopefully it can get in the mitochondria and the mitochondria will work. And so that's why they take a statin drug. It's simply if you don't make it, you can buy it by going to Walmart. That's why some people take coenzyme Q at the same time they take a statin drug. All right, so there it is. That is a CoQ supplement. That's right. It works for a lot of people. For some people it doesn't, some people it does. But there it is. Or go to Costco. That's right. Costco. I love Costco. Great place. All right, now, that's right, Lucas. It's amazing. There it is, how the biochemistry explains the pharmacology. Now, speaking of pharmacology, there's another class of drugs that can be used to treat hypercholesterolemia. And these drugs are not called the statins, they're called the sequestrants. An example of a sequestrant is the drug called cholestyramine. Now, what's cholestyramine? It's like a big grain of sand. And on the periphery of the grain of sand are positive charges. Notice the suffix, cholestyramine, amine, cholestyramine. Positive charges on the grain of sand. And so what happens is when you take cholestyramine orally, it comes into your intestine and you can't break it down. And out the body it will go. As it goes out the body, because it's positively charged, just like a magnet, the bile acids are negatively charged, now will bind to the magnet, which is positively charged. They attach to the surface of the cholestyramine, and the bile acids cannot be reabsorbed. And out the body they will go when you go potty. And so as a result, because the bile acids are not reabsorbed, no enterohepatic circulation of bile acids, therefore, and then in the liver, 7-alpha-hydroxylase is no longer being inhibited by the recycling bile acids. If it's no longer being inhibited, it's free to work. Free to work. If it's free, it's going to start making bile acids. And to make bile acids, it needs cholesterol. And so now here is the strategy. By now, the enzyme working 7-alpha-hydroxylase in the liver. It needs cholesterol. And so now this arrow that's normally minor now becomes major, because now the body's doing something with the body cholesterol, making bile acids, which then gets dumped into the intestine. They cannot be reabsorbed because it binds to the cholestyramine. Out the body they go. And they're not being recycled. There it is. There it is. It's simply the sequestrants bind the bile acids, prevent them from undergoing enterohepatic circulation, and therefore they're not going back to the liver. The 7-alpha-hydroxylase is free to take cholesterol, make bile acids. So it's kind of a weird way to get rid of body cholesterol in the form of bile acids. But it works. It works. The problem with this type of pharmacology is, would you want to eat sand for the rest of your life? That's the problem. Keeping the person on the regimen of taking the sequestrants for the rest of their life. But that's the biochemical strategy. You're getting rid of body cholesterol by converting them to bile acids, and out the body they go, bound to the sequestrants. Amazing. There it is. That's right. There it is. There. Okay. Okay. You don't have a limited capacity to make bile acids. You can make them and make them and make them with this enzyme. But if they go out the body, not being recycled, the enzyme continues to work and work and work, and you're lowering total cholesterol. Not overnight. You're not going to lower cholesterol from 250 down to 175 overnight. But after a few weeks to a month, it starts going down. There it is. Okay, by the way, this is the same principle of a high-fiber diet. High-fiber diet. If your cholesterol number is like 205 or 210, before you go to any kind of drug, try a high-fiber diet. Because if you eat soluble fiber is great stuff. But the idea is the soluble fiber, when you eat it, forms like a big colloid in your intestine, a big colloid. And it's great for peristalsis of the intestine, which is great. But because it forms a big colloid, you can't break it down. And out the body it goes when you go potty. But as it goes out the body, it traps the bile acids. And out the body the bile acids will go. And therefore 7-alpha-hydroxylase is now free. Same principle of a high fiber diet. It works. There's science that backs that up about a high fiber diet. Because again, the fiber forms a colloid in the intestine, and it cannot break it down. Out the body the fiber will go. But then it traps the bile acids as it moves through the intestine and going out the body. And now the enterohepatic circulation of bile acids will not occur. All right, everybody, there it is. That's cholesterol. Look how long it took to go through cholesterol. It took almost over 2 hours to cover this one topic of cholesterol. And everything about cholesterol is important. We just covered it. As long as you were paying attention, we covered all the high yield stuff. No reason to read about it unless you want to. But the high yield items, what enzymes are important, the name of the pathologies, what pharmacology is associated, it's all been reviewed. Coming your way. All right, now next chapter to talk about is still on lipids. The last chapter of lipids is lipid mobilization and catabolism. Now in this chapter, what we're going to talk about is going back to the triglycerides and talk about how you mobilize the triglycerides, how you get the fatty acids, and how you catabolize, how you burn the fatty acids to make ATP and so on. And be ready for a lot of pathology coming up in this chapter. Okay, now the first thing we want to cover is triglyceride mobilization on page 239. Now let me say something about this particular figure. After we do the biochemistry, this figure is the basis of the Atkins diet. You know what the Atkins diet is. It's the high-fat, no-carb diet. This particular figure is the basis of it. So after we talk about the biochemistry of triglyceride mobilization, then we're going to talk about briefly the Atkins diet and talk about, is it a good diet or not? But you'll never understand that diet unless you know this figure. All right, let's go through the figure. So what we have over here on the left side is the adipocyte, where all those triglycerides are being stored. You know how they got there. Remember the chylomicrons in the previous chapter? Remember the VLDL in the previous chapter? Remember lipoprotein lipase? All the stuff we talked about in the previous chapter. These triglycerides are now sitting in the adipocyte on the left side. In the middle is the bloodstream, and on the right side is the liver. Now, when these triglycerides need to be mobilized, 90 minutes after the last bite of a carbohydrate meal, 90 minutes later, then there'll be low insulin, and then you start secreting hormones. Like if you're exercising, epinephrine, or you secrete cortisol, other hormones like ACTH, norepinephrine, but not glucagon here. Remember, glucagon is being secreted, but there's no receptor for glucagon in the adipocyte. But the important feature is some of these hormones will activate a major enzyme called hormone-sensitive lipase, HSL, which breaks down the triglycerides, the 3 fatty acids, and glycerol. Now this enzyme exists in 2 forms. One form, like you see right here, hormone-sensitive lipase, and the other form is in the phosphorylated state. So this enzyme exists in the phosphorylated state or the dephosphorylated state. Now let me ask you, because you can figure this out if you think without memorizing. Do you think, based on the hormones and so on, do you think this enzyme HSL with the phosphate group on, is it active or is it inactive? Let me see your answers here. With the phosphate group on, is it active or is it inactive? Okay. Now the way you figure this out is how does it, let me ask you this. When you run and you secrete epinephrine, do you want to turn on the enzyme or turn off the enzyme with epinephrine? You say, well, I want to turn it on. If I'm exercising, I want to break down triglycerides to get fatty acids to make ATP. In the presence of epinephrine, you want to turn on the enzyme. So then you ask, how does epinephrine work? Biochemistry wise. And you say, well, epinephrine works by phosphorylation mechanisms. Remember the GS, adenocyclase, cyclic AMP, protein kinase A. Protein kinase A will put a phosphate group onto the enzyme, making it active. There it is. And so it's not hard. Don't go memorizing. Like, do you want the enzyme when you eat a high carbohydrate meal and you have a lot of insulin around? Do you want to turn on the enzyme or turn it off? You say you want to turn it off. Insulin works by dephosphorylation mechanism. Turn the enzyme off. So again, there's no reason to memorize. How these hormones work, we talked about those way back in chapter 9. It just, we no need to go over it and over it and over it because you know how they work. If I were to ask you, how is cortisol? It says here, cortisol turns on the enzyme in the adipocyte. How do you think cortisol is turning on the enzyme? Is it working by phosphorylation mechanisms? No. How is cortisol turning on the enzyme? That's right, Leo. At the gene level. At the gene level. More enzyme at the gene level, therefore more breaking down of triglyceride. There it is. No reason to memorize. It's a matter of thinking. How do the hormones work? There it is. Yeah, I know there's a lot of material, but you don't have to keep going over the material. Just think of the material. Apply your knowledge. Apply a little bit of information goes a long way. The people who try to memorize, yes, they have their work cut out for them. Yes, they're in a difficult situation if they try to memorize. there's too much information. Here, we limit the information and just use the information to solve other things. It's beautiful. All right, now continuing on. When the enzyme is active, you break down triglycerides of 3 fatty acids and glycerol. Now the glycerol will be dumped into the blood, and the only organ that can use glycerol in the blood is the liver. As we talked about earlier, the liver uses the 3 carbons of glycerol in the pathway called gluconeogenesis to make glucose when you're fasting here. And remember how what turns on gluconeogenesis? It says here glucagon in the liver, cortisol in the liver turn on gluconeogenesis. If I was going to ask you, how does glucagon and cortisol turn on gluconeogenesis? Let me see your answers here. How does it turn on? And you're all going to put page 78, right? You're all going to say page 78. The first time of many times we already talked about this. Page 78. That's right, Leo, Ima, Ilham, that's right. Anjum, that's right. Page 78, Marcel, that's right. Page over and over again at the gene level. Okay. No need to redo this again and again and again. How many times we talked about this? All right, now remember that also that besides glycerol, you got glucogenic amino acids are funneling their way down to alanine to get the carbon to make the glucose again. Nothing strange. Talked about that earlier here. Okay, now, so the liver is going to make glucose. Now, what about the fatty acids? Now, remember the 3 fatty acids, they're going to be picked up by albumin, and many of the fatty acids are delivered to the muscle cells to make ATP, but many fatty acids are delivered to the liver. They go through beta oxidation, generating multiple acetyl-CoA. That's coming up on the next figure. Now let me ask you this, crucial, you need to know. Remember, humans cannot take the carbon of a fatty acid and make the carbon of glucose. We don't have that pathway. But let me ask you this, is there any relationship between beta oxidation pathway in the liver and gluconeogenesis in the liver? Is there any relationship between these 2 pathways here? That's right. Well done, everybody. You're thinking. 2 relationships. One is because gluconeogenesis is energy requiring. Where is the energy coming from in the liver to make glucose? It's coming from beta oxidation of fatty acids. And the other relationship, the acetyl-CoA product, is the obligate activator of gluconeogenesis that we talked about yesterday. So 2 relationships. The energy powers gluconeogenesis of beta oxidation, and acetyl-CoA, obligate activator of gluconeogenesis. All right, now the issue of the energy coming up on the next figure soon. Now we talked about it earlier, you should get the answer. When we get into the pathologies of beta oxidation and you don't get the energy, what is the hallmark of the disease again? We talked about it yesterday. What's the hallmark? When beta oxidation is defective, what's the hallmark of the disease? What's the hallmark? Severe hypoglycemia. That's right, because when one pathway doesn't work, it's going to affect the other one. Severe hypoglycemia. No reason to memorize that. It just makes sense. Now, if this were a muscle cell, the acetyl-CoA product would further be burned to make more ATP in the Krebs cycle. But in the liver, the acetyl-CoA goes into another pathway talked about in this chapter called ketone body synthesis. And then the ketone bodies are dumped out of the liver into the bloodstream to be used by the muscle and the brain, talked about later on in the chapter here. All right, now this is triglyceride mobilization. Now, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, that this particular figure is the basis of the Atkins diet. Now in the Atkins diet is what they say is those Atkins people. if you look at their literature, their brochures, they say in the Atkins diet that they say in all of metabolism, there is one bad player in all of metabolism. So who is this bad player? Who is this evildoer that the Atkins people are fingering as the evildoer of metabolism? And they say it's insulin is the evildoer. And the reason is because when you secrete insulin, then you're dephosphorylating HSL, making it inactive. And so what they say is keep insulin low. If you keep insulin low, the phosphate remains on HSL. The enzyme, therefore, is always active, always active. As a result, you'll break down triglycerides and therefore lose weight. Keep the phosphate on, enzyme always active, and you'll lose weight by keeping insulin low. What is the only way you can keep insulin low? What's the only way you can keep insulin in the body low? And the answer is, that's right, no carbohydrates. So that's how the diet first started out, as a no carbohydrate diet to keep insulin low. But then you break down triglycerides to get fatty acids. That's not enough calories coming from adipose triglycerides. So they started the diet as a high fat, because the triglycerides from the diet and the triglycerides in the adipose tissue together, that's enough calories to sustain the body. So it started off as a high fat, no carbohydrate diet. And then people start losing weight. But then they found that they forgot one thing. They were starting to lose a lot of muscle mass when they did that. High fat, no carb diet, they start losing a lot of muscle mass. So why was that? Why were they losing muscle mass? Because they forgot this thing here on the right side. The body needs glucose. Remember, the red blood cell needs glucose. And if you're not getting it from the diet, the liver is going to make it. And it needs carbon, and you break down muscle mass. And so therefore the diet, the Atkins diet, quickly changed to what it is today. And that is, instead of using your own muscle glucogenic amino acids to make glucose, why not use muscle protein coming from a chicken or a piece of beef or something like that? So that's where the diet is today. A high fat, high protein, no carbohydrate diet. And there's no doubt that people along that line lose weight. High fat, high protein, no carbohydrate diet. That's where the diet is today. But now, is there anything wrong? Is there any potential problem with that type of diet? And in my opinion, there is two major potential problems with the Atkins diet. And it starts to make sense if you think about it. And one of the potential dangers of the diet is this. We'll talk about it tomorrow. There is excessive nitrogen excretion in the form of ammonia and urea. The kidney is working overtime disposing of nitrogen. And why is that? Because the glucogenic amino acids, when they funnel down to alanine, the amino group of the alanine is used to make urea, and you dump out ammonia as well. And so to get the carbon skeleton to make glucose. And so now the kidney is working overtime disposing of nitrogen. Now, in the short term, no problem, but in the long term, is the kidney meant to work day after day, week after week, month after month, disposing of excess nitrogen? I'd be very nervous about that. Even nephrologists say that. Matter of fact, if you read the literature of the Atkins brochures, they acknowledge that anybody who has renal problems should not be on the Atkins diet because the kidney is working overtime disposing of nitrogen. Now, the other potential danger of this diet is this: ketone bodies. Because the kidney now, the body is now in perpetual ketosis. In the short term, no problem. In the long term, I'd be very nervous about that. We'll talk about ketone bodies in the next chapter and later on in this chapter. But the idea is in the short term, no problem. But is your body meant to be in perpetual ketosis for months and months and months? The long-term studies have not been done. I'd be very nervous about that. So, I'd be very nervous about that. Now, so again, these are potential dangers of the Atkins diet. And now, my opinion, for whatever it's worth, that you and I can lose the same amount of weight as somebody on the Atkins diet by eating balanced meals. Now, why is a person on the Atkins diet losing weight? Because they're watching what they eat. The Atkins people know not to eat the pies and the chocolates and the donuts and the cookies and so on that are all over the place. But you and I will lose the same amount of weight by not eating all that garbage food. Just don't eat the garbage food. Hey, I'm guilty too. I am guilty too. If there's a piece of cake over here on this table and it's free, I'm gonna eat it because mama didn't raise no fool. I'm gonna eat that thing too. But just watch what you eat. As long as you don't eat all that garbage food, you're gonna lose weight just like somebody on the Atkins diet. People on the Atkins diet are mentally watching what they eat, and you would lose the same amount of weight as them by not eating all that garbage food. Just watch today how often you and I reach for something that's sweet. Like next time you go to the movie, and you ever go to the movie and you see somebody right before the movie starts, they buy a whole vat of popcorn, and before the movie even starts, the popcorn is gone. You never see anybody eat one popcorn. They eat the whole thing. And same thing with going to McDonald's and supersizing the Coke and so on. You know how much sugar is in one can of Coke? 6 tablespoons of sucrose is in one can of Coke. And if you supersize that thing, you can imagine how much sugar is in the body, how much insulin is being secreted. So again, it's a game that the Atkins people are playing. They watch what they eat, and you and I would lose the same amount of weight as them here. So again, just watch what you eat, and you'll lose the same amount of weight here. It's a mental game that people play in these diets here. Okay, now what we're going to do is, it's perfect time. It's 10 minutes to the hour. Now what we're going to do is we're going to take our last 10-minute break and then come back and then talk about beta oxidation, major pathway and pathology, and then get into ketone body stuff, major stuff coming up in this chapter. Okay, let's take a 10-minute break, and I will see you shortly here. Okay, everybody, now we're going to do the last hour and very high yield, high impact hour is coming your way. You can see a lot of pathology coming up here. All right, so now what we're going is we're going to talk about beta oxidation. Let me do the biochemistry first. What you need to know about the straightforward biochemistry of how you oxidize a fatty acid and then integrate with the pathology. So where is the pathway of beta oxidation? It's located in the matrix of the mitochondria. Any cell that has mitochondria can burn fatty acids. For example, even the brain can burn fatty acids, but its own fatty acids, not fatty acids coming from the adipocyte. But any cell that has mitochondria is capable of burning fatty acids. Now the word beta in beta oxidation means carbon 3. So that's where high energy electrons are going to be plucked out of carbon of the fatty acid, the third carbon, the beta carbon. All right, it's located in the matrix. Now what we have over here to orient ourselves, here's the outer mitochondrial membrane. Here is the inner mitochondrial membrane where the electron transport chain is located. And here is the matrix. Now here is the fatty acids on the outside. When they come into the cell, coming from the adipocyte, for example, they what happens is they have to be activated by an enzyme. Forget about it. But what the enzyme does, it takes the fatty acid and energy, ATP, and sticks it on the coenzyme A, making fatty acyl-CoA as the product. Low yield enzyme. Now the next part here is very bizarre. Very, very bizarre. But what happens is there is a major enzyme called carnitine acyltransferase 1, CAT1. Now for the CAT1, that means there's going to be a CAT2 somewhere, and there will be shortly. But what does the enzyme do? It tells you. It transfers an acyl group, acyl is a fatty acid, onto carnitine. Transfers an acyl group onto carnitine. The enzyme takes the fatty acid off of coenzyme A and puts it onto a little taxi cab called carnitine, making fatty acylcarnitine as the product. And once it's made, there is a protein transporter that transports the fatty acylcarnitine into the matrix. And in the matrix, the reverse enzyme, CAT2, transfers an acyl group from carnitine back onto coenzyme A, making fatty acyl-CoA as the product ready to be burned. There are many things in biochemistry. If you think about it, you think about, okay, this makes sense, that makes sense, this makes sense. This does not make sense to me. Doesn't make sense to me. Because if way back when this was being figured out, if I were asked, hey, Turco, what do you think we should do here? What I would have said, because I'm a simple guy, I would have said, well, why not have a little transporter right here, a transporter right there for fatty acyl-CoA to transport that fatty acyl-CoA directly into the matrix, right? That is the logical thing to do. I have no idea why it was done this way. No idea. And but when I die, one of the first questions I'm going to ask is, why was it done this way? For inquiring minds who want to know. I got to know why it was done this way. I have no idea why it was done this way. So I'm going to ask when I die. There are many questions I'm going to ask when I die. Many questions I'm going to ask. I have a whole list of questions I'm going to ask when I die. For example, I'm going to ask, why is Lady Gaga a celebrity? I have no idea, but I'm going to find out why for inquiring minds. I just got to know, but I have no idea. But the fact that it was done this way, means in your chromosomes, you have to have a gene that encodes for CAT1, a gene that encodes for the carnitine transporter, a gene that encodes for CAT2, genes that encode for enzymes which synthesize carnitine. Any gene can be mutated, meaning pathology will rear its ugly head. And it will, coming up shortly. But right now, we're just doing the biochemistry. But it's amazing, amazing here. That's for reasons unknown, at least to me. This was done this weird way and means pathology. All right, now coming back to the straightforward biochemistry. Now, once the fatty acyl-CoA is in the matrix, suppose the fatty acid is a 16-carbon palmitic acid. Now, what is the pathway of beta oxidation? And it's right there in the brown box. Now, there's only one enzyme you need to know in beta oxidation. Now, what happens is if the fatty acid is 16 carbons, that enzyme is called fatty acyl-CoA dehydrogenase. And what it does, it plucks high energy electrons from the beta carbon, puts them on the FAD to form FADH2, which goes in the electron transport chain, generating ATP. After a few more steps you don't have to know, another dehydrogenase plucks out some more electrons from the beta carbon, puts them on the NAD this time to form NADH, and then goes in the electron transport chain, more ATP, and then after a few more steps you don't have to know, it splits off 2 carbons as the acetyl-CoA. And the fatty acid now becomes 2 carbons shorter. So if this were 16 carbons, after one cycle of beta oxidation, it's now 14 carbons in length. Now let me ask you this. How many ATPs do you get in one cycle of beta oxidation? Let me see your answers. How many ATPs do you get in one cycle? Not 2. Yeah, there it is. Not 6. Not 4. The answer is 5. 5 ATPs per cycle. And where did the 5 come from? 2 from the FADH2 and 3 from the NADH. So a total of 5 per cycle. Okay, so now what happens to the fatty acid that becomes 2 carbons shorter? So right now it's 14 carbons. It goes back again in beta oxidation, 5 more ATPs, splits off another acetyl-CoA. The fatty acid now becomes 12 carbons in length. Goes back again, beta oxidation, 5 more ATPs, splits off another acetyl-CoA. The fatty acid now becomes 10 carbons in length. Goes back again, becomes 8 carbons in length. Goes back again, 6 carbons in length. Goes back again, 4 carbons in length. And when it becomes 4 carbons in length, it gets split right down the middle, generating 2 acetyl-CoAs. So there are multiple cycles of beta oxidation. Every cycle 5 ATPs, every cycle acetyl-CoA, every cycle the fatty acid becomes 2 carbons shorter. There it is, beta oxidation. That's the straightforward biochemistry. What do you need to know for on boards? Well, look at the bottom of the figure. Because in the bottom of the figure on the left side, there is a major pathology called myopathic cat deficiency, sometimes called CPT. Don't worry about what the letters stand for. But in any case, what myopathic cat deficiency is, anything wrong with the carnitine shuttle. Some people have CAT1 deficiency, other people cannot make carnitine properly, other people have a transporter defect, other people cannot make CAT2, the enzyme. And so anything wrong with the carnitine shuttle is now grouped in this particular disease, myopathic cat deficiency. All right, now without even looking at the pathologies, what kind of vignette might you see on board exams if it's myopathic cat deficiency? And what they might say to you is, a child is running around in the playground. As a child runs around, the child starts to complain of muscle weakness, muscle pain, muscle cramping upon that exercise. So how do you explain it if it's myopathic cat deficiency? And the answer is simple. You explain that by saying, as a child runs around, the child secretes epinephrine. Among several tissues epinephrine will go to, one is the adipocyte. And there it turns on hormone-sensitive lipase. Triglycerides are broken down to fatty acids. Fatty acids now leave the adipocytes, pour into the blood, pour into the muscle cells. And when they come into the muscle cells, they get activated by the first enzyme, low yield. But now if there's something wrong with the carnitine shuttle, the fatty acids cannot get into the matrix to be burned, not enough ATP, not enough muscle contraction. There it is, muscle weakness upon exercise. It makes sense. Now the National Board loves this. Why? There's another disease that sounds very similar. And Daniel beat me to the punch and Gisela beat me to the punch. Okay, here it comes. What other disease, without looking at their answer, what other disease and pathology sounds very similar to this? Without looking, that's right, it's McArdle's disease. McArdle's. So the National Board's going to love this because they're going to talk about a child who runs around the playground and gets muscle pain. So now the question becomes, then how do you know? Does a child have a beta oxidation defect, myopathic cat deficiency, or do they have McArdle's disease? And the way you do the differential diagnosis, it says so. It says you do a biopsy. And so when you do a biopsy, if it's myopathic cat deficiency, if there's something wrong with the carnitine shuttle, the fatty acids now will accumulate in the muscle cell. They back up into the cytoplasm. They reform into triglycerides. And remember, a triglyceride cannot go through the membrane. So now the triglyceride is stuck in the cytoplasm of the muscle cells. So when you do a muscle biopsy, what they might say on board exams, they did a muscle biopsy on the child and they found lipid in the cytoplasm. Or they might say lipid droplets or something like that. But to make life harder, they can integrate this with histology. They might say to you, a muscle biopsy was taken of the child, and under a microscope, they found oil red O positive material in the cytoplasm. Oil red O. You must know the major histological stains, the major ones. And you should know that oil red O is the major histological stain for lipid. And sure enough, lipid will stain. And you say, well, oil red O is a lipid stain. Therefore, it's a lipid it's accumulating. Therefore, it's got to be myopathic cat deficiency. Now, there's another stain in histology for lipid. You might see it called Sudan black. So if they say Sudan black positive material was found, you say, well, Sudan black is a lipid stain. All right, now here it comes. Now, if it's McArdle's disease, and they say to a muscle biopsy was taken, what do you expect to see in the cytoplasm of a McArdle's patient? Now, they might use the word glycogen, or they might use the word carbohydrate material, but now to make this harder, they might integrate this with pathology, with histology. What is the name of the carbohydrate stain commonly used? You must know the major carbohydrate stain. What is it? What's the carbohydrate stain? Ahmad, get rid of that question mark. Ahmad, you know the answer. That's right. Because what they might say to you, they looked under a microscope and they stained and they found PAS positive material. And you say PAS is the carbohydrate stain, and therefore glycogen is carbohydrate, and what this patient has is McArdle's disease. And they might ask what enzyme is defective, and you say, well, that's got to be the phosphorylase here. Major integration of biochemistry with path, with histology. You must know the major histological stains that hopefully Dr. White talked about earlier in anatomy and histology. You got to know the major stains, like the major stain for iron, for example, Prussian blue, those type of things. The major stains, they don't have to tell you on board exams, but here you see a perfect example where it is useful. All right, now what's coming up next is the next major pathology, and it's even more important than the first one. Now what happens, it's called MCAD deficiency. Now what happens here in MCAD deficiency, it's this enzyme here. Now, it turns out this enzyme, fatty acyl-CoA dehydrogenase, is not one enzyme. It's a series of 4 enzymes. And each of these enzymes work on different chain lengths. What I mean by this is most of your fatty acids are long chain fatty acids, 16 carbons or 18 carbons. Now suppose the fatty acid is 16 carbons in length. Then one of the enzymes in the series called ALCAD, which stands for long chain acyl-CoA dehydrogenase, works on long chain fatty acids. And after it works in one cycle of beta oxidation, the fatty acid now becomes 14 carbons in length. Goes back again in beta oxidation, ALCAD works on it. The fatty acid now becomes 12 carbons in length. Goes back again, ALCAD works on it. The fatty acid now becomes 10 carbons in length. When the fatty acid becomes 10 carbons in length, ALCAD no longer works. And another enzyme in this series kicks in called MCAD, which stands for medium chain acyl-CoA dehydrogenase, which works on fatty acids that are 10 and 8 carbons in length. And then MCAD works on it for a couple cycles, and then when fatty acid becomes 6 carbons, MCAD no longer works. And another enzyme, not even shown here, kicks in called SCAD, small chain acyl-CoA dehydrogenase, that finishes off the job. And you even have another one called VLCAD, very long chain acyl-CoA dehydrogenase. So again, you have 4 enzymes in this series that work on different chain lengths. And as a fatty acid progressively gets shorter and shorter, these enzymes work on different chain lengths. And all 4 genes can be mutated, giving rise to pathology. But the most common one is MCAD deficiency. 1 in 10,000 infants have MCAD deficiency. And these are all associated with sudden infant death syndrome. Now, the idea of MCAD, that's the one that's always on the boards, always. Every year I hear about MCAD. Now, notice what's going to happen. In MCAD deficiency in the liver, a child who has MCAD deficiency, what's going to happen in that child's liver? Because beta oxidation is defective, they're not going to make those 5 ATPs. Now, remember, in the liver, what's the function of the ATPs? And the function of the ATPs is to synthesize, to be used to power gluconeogenesis. So if beta oxidation is not working, you're not going to make glucose, severe hypoglycemia. And a child can die while they're sleeping under those circumstances because they can't make glucose when they're sleeping in bed. That's why they contribute to not the root cause, but they can contribute to some of the sudden infant death syndrome. Now, in addition, so they have severe hypoglycemia, and notice in addition, they have no ketone bodies. Why? Because in the liver, the acetyl-CoA is used to make ketone bodies. No beta oxidation, no acetyl-CoA, no ketone bodies. And now here comes a major item. Diagnostically, on board exams, if you see these 2 prefixes, hypoglycemia accompanied by hypoketosis, automatic beta oxidation defect. Remember, most of us, if we are hypoglycemic, we're going to be hyperketotic. We make too many ketone bodies. So again, most people, when they fast or starve, they are hypoglycemic and hyperketotic. But the only time you see hypoglycemia and hypoketosis is a beta oxidation defect. Diagnostic for the disease. High yield stuff. Now, also on the boards, they often ask about another diagnostic situation here. That's why they love this disease. It can be diagnosed several different ways. One way by hypoglycemia, hypoketosis, but the other way they can do this on boards is when this enzyme is not working, fatty acids now will accumulate in the cells, like the liver. And when they start accumulating, yes, they can reform triglycerides, yes. But in addition, some of these fatty acids can go into a pathway called omega oxidation located in the peroxisomes. Low yield pathway. But they ask this on boards. What is the omega? Let me ask you this. What is the omega carbon of a fatty acid? What is the omega carbon of a fatty acid? Which carbon? What's the omega carbon of any fatty acid? Now, it's the last carbon, the methyl carbon. So here is a fatty acid. It could be any fatty acid. Remember, fatty acids are monocarboxylic acids. And the last carbon, no matter how many carbons are in the fatty acid, the methyl carbon is called the omega carbon. Now, the omega carbon, because it's methyl, has a lot of energy in it. So what happens is in the peroxisomes of the pathway omega oxidation, what happens is there are enzymes that you don't have to know that pluck out the high energy electrons from the methyl carbon to get a little bit of ATP. And by doing so, they generate a carboxyl group from the methyl group. And notice the product, dicarboxylic acid. And that is diagnostic, because dicarboxylic acids are dead end. They spill into the blood, causing dicarboxylic acidemia, spill into the urine, causing dicarboxylic aciduria. If you see those words on board exams, again, diagnostic for beta oxidation defect. Always on boards. There was a medical student at GW, George Washington, in Washington, D.C. recently, told me they got dicarboxylic acidemia on their exam on the boards. So diagnostic for beta oxidation. So several different ways to analyze this disease. You can also look for CH-C10 acylcarnitines, can spill into the blood. That's another way. But on boards, several ways. Hypoglycemia, hypoketosis, another way. Dicarboxylic acidemia. Again, in that situation, they're not making enough ATP and they're scraping the bottom of the barrel, trying to get a little bit of ATP. Some way, somehow, they're oxidizing the methyl carbon to get a little bit of ATP. Not much, but it's better than zero. They're scraping the bottom of the barrel, trying to get a little bit of ATP. All right, now what's coming up next is another high yield pathway here related to this, and that's called propionate metabolism. Major stuff we're going to talk about now as well as tomorrow. What happens there is, now, propionate metabolism. Most of our fatty acids are even carbon numbered, 16 or 18 carbons. They go through beta oxidation on the previous page. At the very end of beta oxidation, you end up with a 4-carbon fragment, which splits right here, generating 2 acetyl-CoAs. But very little, although we do have them, it's all natural, all normal. Very little of our fatty acids are odd carbon fatty acids, meaning there are 17 carbons or 19 carbons. And they also go through beta oxidation just like normal. But at the very end of the pathway, they end up with a 4-carbon fragment, which gets split right here, generating acetyl-CoA, no problem. But the other 3 carbons is now called propionyl-CoA. So instead of being acetyl-CoA, it's now called propionyl-CoA, 3-carbon coenzyme A. Now you would think, oh, 1 extra carbon, what's the big deal? It's a big deal to the human body. Be ready for pathology to show you how big deal this is. All right, now as we'll talk about tomorrow. Here, we're talking about propional-CoA coming from odd carbon fatty acids. But as we'll talk about tomorrow, there are 4 amino acids, and their metabolism also generates propional-CoA. So 5 different things generate propional-CoA. All right, now to deal with that extra carbon, you need 2 enzymes. Get ready with the red box stuff. And the first of these 2 enzymes is called propional-CoA carboxylase. Look at the name of the enzyme, Propionyl-CoA carboxylase. Now, what does the enzyme do? It takes the 3-carbon propionyl-CoA and makes it into 4-carbon methyl-malonyl-CoA. So if I were to ask you, what does the enzyme need to work? And everybody's ready there. I see you got, that's right, people are thinking. You say, well, it needs ATP, biotin, and CO2. Now, how'd you know that? Because this is the third and last of the ABC carboxylases. Because it needs A for ATP, B for biotin, and C for CO2. The third and last of the ABC carboxylases. I know what you're thinking. You're probably thinking, what were the other two ABC carboxylases? All right, let's go through those. What were the other two ABC carboxylases that we talked about? That's right. Pyruvate carboxylase, that's one of them. Pyruvate carboxylase in the pathway of gluconeogenesis. And what was the other one? That's right, Lucas, that's right. Anybody else? Let's see. That's right, Hilal and Pirna. And that was acetyl-CoA carboxylase in fatty acid synthesis. So one more time. 3 carboxylases, we just talked about high yield. One of them is pyruvate carboxylase in the pathway of gluconeogenesis. Acetyl-CoA carboxylase in the pathway of fatty acid synthesis. And the third one is propionyl-CoA carboxylase in the pathway of propionate metabolism. All right, there it is. Okay, now let's proceed. Actually, before we proceed, let me ask you this, just to make sure. Was there any other carboxylase that we talked about that did or did not use biotin or whatever? Just making sure. Was there any other carboxylase that we talked about? And the answer is yes. And once I give you the answer, you're going to say, oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. Oh yeah, that's right. What was the other one that we talked about that didn't require biotin? Anybody know that one? No, not PP carboxykinase. No, that's not a carboxylase. That's a decarboxylase. What is the other one? Here comes the answer. Get ready. I guarantee you're gonna say, "Oh, that's right." Here comes the answer. It's the vitamin K dependent carboxylase in blood clotting. Remember the gamma glutamyl carboxylase in blood clotting? Remember all that one, the warfarin business? That was a carboxylase, right? There it is. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's right. That's right. That's a good one. It's okay. Now's the time I'm just trying to put things into perspective to try to help you remember these things. But don't forget that all-important vitamin K one. It didn't require ATP. It didn't require biotin. It requires vitamin K to put CO2 on the substrate to make a product here. All right, now let's proceed. So anyway, it generates the methyl-malonyl-CoA, and then it sees an even more important enzyme for the boards called the methyl-malonyl-CoA mutase. Now what does the enzyme do? It just rearranges the methyl-malonyl-CoA to make the other 4-carbon substance called succinyl-CoA, which then goes in the Krebs cycle to be burned to make ATP. Now why is this enzyme so important? The methyl-malonyl-CoA mutase, because it is only one of only 2 enzymes in the human body that requires the coenzyme form of B12. One of only 2 enzymes in the body that requires the coenzyme form of B12. Mega enzyme for the boards. Now, when this arrow does not work, when that arrow does not work, and there are many reasons why this arrow might not work, many reasons, then as a result, then methyl-malonyl-CoA will accumulate, and then the coenzyme A comes off, and then methylmalonic acid will spill into the blood and urine. Diagnostic for this arrow not working. On board exams, if you see this phrase, methylmalonic acidemia or urea, you say to yourself, this arrow will not work. And there are many reasons why this arrow won't work, giving rise to methylmalonic acidemia. All right, let's list some. Let's list What's one logical reason why this arrow won't work? One logical reason. What's a logical reason why this arrow won't work? That's right, vitamin B12 deficiency gives rise to methylmalonic acidemia. What's another reason why this arrow won't work? Another logical reason? That's number 3, Takir. I can't change the PowerPoint. Okay, there we go. That's right. Something about the gastric issue, because intrinsic factor. Remember, intrinsic factor is made by the stomach, and so the gene for it can be defective, and therefore no intrinsic factor. Therefore, we cannot absorb B12 in the intestine. Remember, pernicious anemia gives rise to methylmalonic acidemia. Now, another reason why this arrow won't work, as Takir mentioned, some people in this world of 7 billion people, the gene for the mutase can be defective, giving rise to methylmalonic acidemia. Now, the 4th reason why this arrow won't work is kind of a difficult one to figure out. But let me see. Why do you think malabsorption, Crohn's disease? Yeah, but they're not specific to this arrow. I mean, other things will cause this arrow not to work. For example, death would cause this arrow not to work, or it won't work. I'm talking about something specific to the arrow. Something specific to the arrow. What would cause this arrow not to work? And the answer is, believe it or not, there are some people in this world cannot convert vitamin B12 to the coenzyme form of B12. After the absorption of the B12, remember you absorb it as cyanocobalamin made by the bacterial flora. Intrinsic factor helps it to be absorbed. After the absorption, enzymatically, the cyano group is removed and replaced with methyl or deoxyadenosine. And you would think this is trivia. It's not trivia to those people. Some people in this world cannot make the coenzyme form of B12. The enzyme does not use vitamin B12. It uses the coenzyme form of B12. It's not trivia to those people. So you think that's trivia. It's not. People can't do this. But the idea is that, so if this arrow doesn't work, they end up with methylmalonic acidemia. Now, it's important, as we'll talk about tomorrow, you must know this because the methylmalonic acidemia will be used to differentiate between B12 deficiency and folate deficiency. Tomorrow, we're going to talk about why does folic acid deficiency cause megaloblastic anemia. We haven't covered that yet. But how you distinguish those two from each other, you look for methylmalonic acidemia. You see that phrase, it's telling you it's a B12 problem. This arrow is not working. Why is it in B12 deficiency they end up with progressive peripheral neuropathy? Because when this arrow doesn't work, methylmalonic acid will accumulate. Neurons don't work in the presence of the acid. Also, it backs up to the odd chain carbon fatty acids, which get into the myelin sheaths and then causing the progressive peripheral neuropathy in the elderly population here. So again, high yield stuff, major stuff. So we're going to come back to this tomorrow once we start talking about folic acid. You're going to see this again, high yield stuff. Okay, now what's coming up next is, so we talked about in this chapter how you mobilize triglycerides, how you oxidize fatty acids and beta oxidation, and now we talk about propionate metabolism. Now what's coming up next, high yield pathway as well, and that's ketone body stuff. Now fortunately in ketone body synthesis and breakdown, there are no high yield enzymes, fortunately. So there's going to be no enzyme going to be highlighted in the red box. Don't worry about that. But you must know ketone body issues for the boards. You got to know them for the boards and your career. You must understand what's going on with ketone bodies. It's all going to be explained right here on page 245. As long as you're paying attention, it's all going to be covered. All right, now where do you make ketone bodies? They're made by the liver only, no exceptions. And they're made in the mitochondria of the liver. So what happens is in the liver is that under conditions of fasting and starvation, when fatty acids pour into the liver, they get activated to fatty acyl-CoA. They go through multiple cycles of beta oxidation, generating multiple acetyl-CoA. Okay. So at the top of the figure here, you know what's important. That's already been reviewed. You know what you need to know about these arrows at the top. You know the biochemistry, the high yield enzymes there. You know the pathology there, all the stuff there about the top of the figure here. Nothing new. And you know the energy of the beta oxidation powers gluconeogenesis in the liver. All right, now if this were a muscle cell, the acetyl-CoA would further be burned in the Krebs cycle. But in the liver, the acetyl-CoA is not further burned. What happens is they seize a pair of enzymes. Don't worry about them at all. Just scratch them out. There's condensation that goes on to make the first of the three ketone bodies. So when all this acetyl-CoA is accumulating, that's being formed to make the first of the three ketone bodies called acetoacetic acid, also called acetoacetate, the first of three. I'm going to show you the structure of acetoacetic acid. Not that you need to know it for the boards, but to drive home a point. This is acetoacetic acid. It's two acetates linked back to back. Now, why am I showing you this structure? Because this is a beta keto acid. Alpha carbon, beta keto acid, also called 3-keto acid. But this is a beta keto acid. But then you guys say, well, why do I care? And why you should care is because beta keto acids are inherently unstable. This is an unstable molecule. You may hate chemistry. Your body knows chemistry. It knows this is an unstable molecule. And because the body knows it's unstable, what it's going to do is it's going to take some NADH electrons and put those electrons across the beta keto to make it into a beta hydroxy. And therefore, it brings up the next ketone body called beta hydroxybutyrate or beta hydroxybutyric acid, same thing. And it's now stable. That's why the body converts acetoacetate to beta hydroxybutyrate, because it's now a stable molecule. And you and I roughly have a 1-to-1 ratio of these two ketone bodies. So generally speaking, we have a 1-to-1 ratio of these two. Now, just to illustrate and drive home the point that the acetoacetic acid is unstable, what can happen is the carboxyl group can spontaneously decarboxylate. The carboxyl group can come off all by itself. And when it comes off all by itself, slowly but surely, it then makes the third and last ketone body called acetone, which, as you all know, is useless as a fuel, but can be used diagnostically. We'll talk about in just a few minutes. So there it is. There are the three ketone bodies. Two of them are used, and the third one is a byproduct. So then what happens is they then get dumped into the blood. Again, acetone cannot be used. And then the acetoacetate and beta hydroxybutyrate then get into the mitochondria of the extrahepatic cells. And in extrahepatic cells, all of the beta hydroxybutyrate converts back to the acetoacetate. And then there is a medium yield enzyme, not a big deal, called thiophorase, which is absent in the liver. And that enzyme activates the acetoacetate to acetoacetyl-CoA. It then converts to two molecules of acetyl-CoA. Each one goes into the Krebs cycle, generating 12 ATPs per acetyl-CoA. So 2 times 12 is 24 ATPs. That's a lot of ATP in the extrahepatic cells. And ATP is then being used to do muscle contraction, things along that line in the extrahepatic cells. A lot of energy comes from one ketone body. All right, now that's the straightforward biochemistry. Now, what do you need to know for on boards? And one thing is when do you start making ketone bodies? And the answer is 90 minutes after the last bite of a high carbohydrate meal is when you start making ketone bodies. And you're going to say, hey, I thought in the first day or two of a fast, you don't measure ketone bodies in the bloodstream. That's true, but they're still being made. But why can't you measure them? Because early in a fast, in the first day or two of a fast, the liver starts to make them. But as soon as they're being made and dumped into the blood, the muscle, especially cardiac muscle, they love ketone bodies more than glucose, matter of fact. And renal cortex, as soon as the ketone bodies get dumped in the blood, these organs then remove the ketone bodies out of the blood, and it really can't be measured. But now, in prolonged fast or starvation, is the production of ketone bodies, is it a major pathway in amounts or a minor pathway in amounts? In prolonged starvation, let me see your answers here. Is the production of ketone bodies by the liver, is it major or minor in prolonged starvation? It's major in prolonged starvation. You know how big the liver is, right? In prolonged starvation, the liver can make half its weight in ketone bodies every day. The massive quantities being made in prolonged starvation by the liver. So as you might imagine, in prolonged starvation, then the brain starts to adapt to using those ketone bodies. We'll talk about that on the next figure. And then the ketone body levels in the blood start to rise and gives rise to a term called ketosis. Now, ketosis has 3 hallmarks. One hallmark is increased ketone bodies in the blood. When the liver is making all these ketone bodies, giving rise to a term called ketonemia. Now, let me ask you this. Is ketonemia, is that bad for you? So you have a lot of ketone bodies in the blood. Is that bad for you? Yes or no? And the answer is yes, it's bad. Now, why is it bad for you? Because why I'm showing you this structure, you remember, these are acids, acetoacetic acid, beta-hydroxybutyric acid. These are acids giving rise to ketoacidosis. So it's not just any acidosis, this is ketoacidosis. That's not lactic acidosis, not methylmalonic acidosis, not dicarboxylic acidosis that we talked about tonight. This is ketoacidosis that goes on here. Why the structure is important to show once in a while, demonstrating that these are acids. And then what happens is in prolonged starvation, the ketone bodies exceed the kidney threshold, they get dumped into the urine, and when they get dumped in the urine, they give rise to a term called ketonuria. Is that bad for you? Let me see your answers. You got ketone bodies in the urine. Is that bad for you? And the answer is yes. Yes, that's very bad for you. Why? Why is having ketone bodies in the urine bad? That's right, Andrea. That's right, Michaela. That's right, because and Purna. That's right, because of dehydration. Because ketone bodies are osmotic, just like glucose and diabetics. When they spill glucose in the urine, or when you spill ketone bodies in urine, they are osmotic. They have to have water accompany them, and a person will lose water. That's why when you're starving, you must drink water, because you're going to lose a lot of ketone bodies in the urine, and you're going to lose a lot of water in the body. You must drink water when you're starving. And then what happens is, the third hallmark of ketosis is because of all this acetone in the bloodstream. When the blood reaches the lungs, the acetone is somewhat volatile. It can be exhaled and gives rise to acetone breath, characteristic of ketosis. Now, people say that acetone has an odor, has a fruity odor, fruity odor. Now, to me, acetone doesn't smell fruity. If you want to know what acetone smells like, if I were to get my wife's nail polish remover and remove the lid and snort it, it is, nail polish remover is acetone, but it doesn't smell fruity to me. It smells pretty pungent, actually, to me. But in any case, on board exams, if they say fruity odor of a patient, you think, this patient is in ketosis here. Okay, but now the issue is of the brain here. The brain, again, will adapt to using those ketone bodies. So what's coming up next is in fasting and in starvation. Where is the brain getting carbon to burn to make ATP to stay alive in fasting and in starvation? And it's right here. So what you're looking at the x-axis is days of fasting, and on the right side, weeks of starvation. So now we're talking about the brain. Where is the brain getting carbon to burn to make ATP to do membrane potentials to stay alive? So in the first half a day of a fast, first 12 hours of a fast, where is the brain getting its carbon? You answer by saying, well, the liver is breaking down its glycogen to glucose. Glucose gets dumped into the bloodstream. The brain uses that glucose to burn to make ATP. But that liver glycogen is going to run out in 12 hours under sedate conditions. While it is running out, the liver is starting to make glucose in the pathway of gluconeogenesis. But now, where is the carbon originating from that the liver uses to make glucose? And you answer that most of the carbon, not all of it, but much of the carbon is coming from glucogenic amino acids, coming from muscle protein breakdown. So the glucogenic amino acids will funnel their way down to alanine. Alanine is what will then come into the liver. The liver will process that alanine and take the carbon to make glucose in the pathway of gluconeogenesis. And then the glucose gets out in the blood, and then the brain uses that glucose in fasting for a number of days. And this is going on for about a week of fasting, 7 days. After about a week or so of fasting, this is the time when the body starts to realize this is serious. This is really, really serious because this guy hasn't eaten anything. And the brain says, okay, we better start doing something and slow down the use of glucose to spare that glucose for the erythrocyte. So after about a week, this is when the brain slows down. It doesn't stop. It slows down the use of glucose. And so after about a week, that's when the brain slows down the use of glucose and starts adapting to using ketone bodies as a fuel. Where did that carbon originate from? And you answer, it originated from adipose tissue triglycerides, where the fatty acids now pour into the liver. The liver converts the carbon of the fatty acid into ketone bodies. Ketone bodies get dumped into the blood, and the brain starts to adapt to using those ketone bodies. And again, this is when the body adapts to using those ketone bodies, because this is when the brain says, man, this guy hasn't eaten anything. Get this guy a GPS device to find out where the local McDonald's is, because he hasn't eaten anything. About a week of fasting is where this starts to go on. But then, but the brain's also using a little bit of glucose. And where did that glucose come from? It originated, it's coming from liver and the kidney is making glucose. Again, coming from protein breakdown. Muscle wasting is going on in weeks of starvation. And then, again, this is where the kidney, after a week of starvation, this is when the kidney actually starts to help out the liver making more and more glucose. In fact, the kidney can make 40% of the glucose in prolonged starvation. The liver is still the dominant organ, but the kidney can make about 40%. Because you just imagine, why is the kidney working here? Because the liver is doing everything. The liver is conjugating bilirubin, it's making the blood clotting factors when you're starving. The liver's doing all kind of things. It's making glucose and doing this and doing that. And the kidney's saying, well, the kidney's saying to itself, I've been peeing my life all day long. All my life, I'm peeing my life away. I better help out the body. I better help out the liver. So the kidney says, okay, I'm going to start making glucose and not pee my life away, because that's when the kidney starts to make glucose. So after about a week of starvation. And it can go on for weeks and weeks. And how long can the body keep doing this? It depends on how much fat is around and so on. But other things are going to complicate things. The issue of kwashiorkor, because you haven't eaten essential amino acids, you're going to start suffering. You're not going to be able to make albumin. You get the edema that goes on in kwashiorkor. So a lot of things going on in prolonged starvation. But here we're just talking about the brain. The brain. Where is it getting its energy? Okay, now one last figure, and then we're done with the chapter here. One last figure here. Okay, and that is another lipid that you must know here. This is a major lipid that you must know, and that's the sphingolipids. Now, in your book, there's a figure about sphingolipid synthesis. Low yield. Forget about how you make sphingolipids and gangliosides. Low yield. What's high yield is the breakdown of the sphingolipids. And that is and because of all that integration of pathology. As long as you're paying attention here, I'll tell you what you need to know. But I cannot emphasize enough. You must know the sphingolipidoses. It is so high yield. Every year, many medical students tell me they get a sphingolipidosis on the boards. Nothing to panic about. I'll tell you what you need to know. Now, what is a ganglioside? What's a sphingolipid? From the previous page that I skipped on purpose, I'm going to lift a ganglioside. And here it is. Here is a ganglioside. Now, what is a ganglioside or a sphingolipid? It has a particular lipid anchor. And this particular ganglioside is called GM2 ganglioside. And all sphingolipids, every single one, is characterized by having a lipid called a ceramide. Now, from the previous page that I skipped, a ceramide is made up of 2 fatty acids and serine. They condense to form ceramide. Forget about that. They're not going to ask that. But a ceramide is the lipid of all sphingolipids. And then from the previous page that I purposely skipped, on the ceramide anchor, you can start adding sugars onto the ceramide. You can add glucose from UDP glucose, add galactose from UDP galactose, and so on. And another sugar can be added, and this one's called N-acetylgalactosamine. N-acetylgalactosamine, here's the abbreviation for it, and you must know that N-acetylgalactosamine is an example of a class of sugars called hexosamine. Hexosamine is the class, N-acetylgalactosamine is the example. Just like hexose is the class, glucose and galactose are examples. Hexosamine is the class of sugars. You must know this if you want to understand pathology in a few minutes. You must know hexosamine is the class of sugars here. Now and they're called glycolipids because there's sugar on lipid. Now there's another sugar added, and this one's called sialic acid. And an example of a sialic acid is called NANA, N-acetyl-neurominic acid, abbreviated NANA. That's an example of a sugar. The class is called sialic acids. So sialic acid is a class. NANA is an example. Don't get bogged down. Don't get bogged down. Just listen what these things are. And that's called a ganglioside, and it's in your membranes, and they serve as your blood groups. The sugars on the ceramides serve as your blood groups, A, B, O blood group. The sugar arrangement of the sugars on lipids and proteins. Okay. All right. Now, how you make it, no big deal. But like any molecule in the body, gangliosides need to be turned over. They need to be degraded. They have to go into lysosomes of the cell to be turned over. When GM2 ganglioside, when time's up and it has to be degraded, it goes into the lysosomes, and there is an enzyme called hexosaminidase A. And what is this enzyme supposed to do? See this little bond right here? See this little bond right there? That's the bond that's supposed to be cleaved by hexosaminidase A. You know, biochemistry never ceases to amaze me. Here, when that gene is defective, that gives rise to, when the enzyme's not being made, it gives rise to this all-important disease called Tay-Sachs disease, and by not cleaving this bond, GM2 ganglioside accumulates. Now, biochemistry never ceases to amaze me. Notice here, here's a bond. Look at your body right now, and all these molecules and all these things. Here is one bond, and if you can't cleave it, a simple bond, if you cannot cleave it, look at the right side. Death by 2 years of age. Incredible biochemistry. All these things in the body, you can't cleave one little lousy bond. You're going to die within 2 years of age in Tay-Sachs disease. Incredible situation. So GM2 ganglioside accumulates. The other sugars cannot be removed. It accumulates in these inclusion bodies. And here comes the pathology. As we talked about earlier last week, you end up with a cherry red spot in the macula. You see that on board exams. Yes, they have blindness and so on, startle reflex. But if you see the cherry red spot in the macula, automatic. You say to yourself, gotta be, they're asking me about Tay-Sachs disease. Now let me ask you this. What is the other disease you want to focus your attention on if you see cherry red spot in the macula? That's right, Niemann-Pick down here. And so then you gotta say, well, what's the other hallmark to distinguish Tay-Sachs from Niemann-Pick? And the other hallmark is the psychomotor retardation, the failure of the child to reach motor standards. They don't reach the standards that they should be at a certain age. And if you see those two things together, you automatically say to yourself, that's got to be Tay-Sachs disease. Okay, now let's come back to the normal situation of GM2. Now, Lou, you ask, what's GM2? I just showed you this right here on the up. This is GM2. It's a ganglioside. Okay, it's in your cells, of all your cells, neurons, and so on. All right, now, when GM2, so it's assuming hexosaminidase A is working. It's supposed to cleave this bond right here, cleaving off the hexosamine. And then a neuraminidase cleaves off the sialic acid. And then a galactosidase cleaves off the galactose in the lysosomes. And notice what remains. Glucose linked to ceramide. That's called glucocerebroside. In your lysosomes, there is an enzyme called glucocerebrosidase. And what's that enzyme supposed to do? It's supposed to cleave this little bond, cleave the glucose off the ceramide. And in Gaucher's disease, when the gene for glucocerebrosidase is defective, then glucocerebroside accumulates, glucose on ceramide. And when you cannot cleave that bond, then the pathology. And of the pathologies, they end up with hepatosplenomegaly, but a lot of things cause that hepatosplenomegaly. For example, below that, Niemann-Pick caused hepatosplenomegaly. Chagas disease caused hepatosplenomegaly, caused by Trypanosoma cruzi. Some people think it doesn't. Read about it. Chagas disease causes hepatosplenomegaly. Don't let anybody tell you it doesn't. It does. Read about it. But in any case, a lot of things cause hepatosplenomegaly, including Chagas disease caused by the parasite. But so does Gaucher's disease. And so you wouldn't use it as the hallmark. Yes, it's a clinical manifestation, but not a hallmark. What's the hallmark? And the answer is there. The characteristic crumpled paper inclusions. It's simply glucose cerebroside is accumulating in the lysosomes, and it forms the crumpled paper inclusions. It's like taking a piece of paper and wrinkling it. So here it is. So if you were to look a high-powered magnification of the macrophages in Gaucher's, these black spots are the nuclei, and these crumpled paper inclusions, sometimes called wrinkled paper inclusions, if they use the words or if they show you the electron micrograph, you say, this patient has Gaucher's disease. Here. All right, major disease for board exams. Now, in Niemann-Pick disease, there is a gene called sphingomyelinase. And what is that enzyme supposed to do? From the previous page, I'm going to lift sphingomyelin and show it right here. This is sphingomyelin. It's the only sphingolipid that does not have sugar in it. It's not a glycolipid. It's not a ganglioside. It's the only sphingolipid that does not have sugar in it. But it's still called a sphingolipid because it has a lipid anchor called ceramide. But what is sphingomyelin equal to? It's equal to choline, phosphate, and ceramide together is called sphingomyelin. So this is sphingomyelin. And when you turn over sphingomyelin, there is the enzyme sphingomyelinase, and what it does is supposed to cleave this little bond right there, cleave off the choline and the phosphate. And when you can't cleave that bond, sphingomyelin accumulates in lysosomes, giving rise to Niemann-Pick, and here it is. Here comes the pathologies, the cherry red spot in the macula. But now how do you distinguish Niemann-Pick from Tay-Sachs? Among the other characteristics, hepatosplenomegaly, microcephaly, a lot of things cause that. PKU does that. Zebra bodies, early death, a lot of things cause that. But here it is, the distinguishing feature, the hallmark, the characteristic foamy macrophages. You see that on board exams. Here it is in real life. The macrophages have a foamy appearance, a bubbly appearance. Because sphingomyelin is accumulating, you automatically say, this got to be Niemann-Pick here. So major stuff on the board exams. Okay, now let me finish this off. We're done here by this figure today. On board exams, by the way, there are other sphingolipidoses out there like Fabry's, metachromatic leukodystrophy. In my opinion, in my humble opinion, you got to know them all. But minimally, if you don't have time, minimally know these three. If you do have time, know them all, because you're going to see it, cannot guarantee it, but you're likely to see at least one of the sphingolipidoses. You should know what's the name of the pathology, what enzyme is defective, what molecule is accumulating, and obviously what's the hallmark of the pathology. So the sphingolipidoses are a defect in a single lysosomal enzyme, giving rise to the inclusion bodies. And Dr. Barone also will talk about these three. He may or may not talk about the other ones like Fabry's disease and so on, but minimally know these three. Now to relate this to the other pathology that sounds very similar, the mucopolysaccharidoses. Remember Hurler syndrome, Hunter syndrome. Remember the mucopolysaccharides. That's the carbohydrate region of the proteoglycans. Like hyaluronic acid, chondroitin, the sugar chains are called the proteoglycans. The sugar chains are called the mucopolysaccharides. The protein and the sugar together are called proteoglycans. The sugar chains are called the mucopolysaccharides. And you have to break them down in lysosomes. And if you're missing a single enzyme, the mucopolysaccharide sugar chains accumulate, giving rise to inclusion bodies. Hurler's and Hunter's syndrome are the main ones there. Now let me ask you this. Again, Dr. Barone will talk about the mucopolysaccharides, mucopolysaccharide doses. Remember the main symptomology difference between Hurler's and Hunter's syndrome. Hurler's is corneal clouding. In Hunter's, no corneal clouding. Easy way for me to remember that is the L in corneal clouding is Hurler's with the L. In Hunter's with the N, no corneal clouding in Hunter's disease. Okay, now one last thing here is what's the other disease that we talked about earlier that had inclusion bodies? What other disease that we talked about? What other one that had inclusion bodies? That's right, it was eye cell disease. And what enzyme was defective in eye cell? What enzyme is defective in eye cell? Without looking in the book, what enzyme? That's right, it's the phosphotransferase. Now remember, the phosphotransferase is supposed to put the zip code phosphate on the mannose. It's supposed to put the phosphate on the mannose by the phosphotransferase. But when the phosphotransferase is defective, you cannot put the zip code on those enzymes, and therefore all lysosomal enzymes are defective. And therefore they have inclusion bodies. And so now notice the inclusion body diseases and how they do this on board exams is how you distinguish the diseases from one another. And that is, you can look at the enzyme, but also you can look at what's in the inclusion body. Notice in the sphingolipidoses and the mucopolysaccharide it's one kind of molecule accumulating. GM2 ganglioside, glucocerebroside, sphingomyelin, one kind of molecule accumulating. Whereas in eye cell disease, it's a mixed bag of junk. Not one molecule, it's a mixed bag of junk accumulating. Okay, everybody, we're done for today. So we're done with the lipids, and so tomorrow, high yield stuff. You might want to show up tomorrow. There is very, very high yield stuff here coming tomorrow. We're going to get into stuff like bilirubin, amino acid metabolism, all the PKU, maple syrup urine disease. We're going to get into alkaptonureas tomorrow. And then we're going to get into bilirubin stuff. We're going to get into iron metabolism. We're going to get into pyrimidine issues, purine salvage, Lesch-9 syndrome. You might want to show up tomorrow. Okay, everybody, we're done for the day. So I'm going to post a few more questions on the Facebook. And we're doing very well on the Facebook. You're all doing very good, by the way. But please show up tomorrow, the last day. I'm going to make it worth your while if you show up tomorrow. You will see the high yield stuff tomorrow. Okay, everybody, we're done for the day. Hopefully it's been very beneficial. Hopefully you're learning, not memorizing. Hopefully you're learning a lot of good stuff coming your way. Okay, everybody, you all have a great night, and I'm looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. Have a safe and blessed night tonight. So take care and see you tomorrow.